Morning. All right, there we go. All right, let's do this. It's been so busy that y'all, we just gonna get into it. So here's the game plan. So boom. Um, let me put on. I am in Discord as well, but let me. All right, I'm gonna unmute on StreamYard as well. All right, so let's just you should have your journal sheet ready. So we're gonna start off with today. Let me grab mine. We're just gonna do what we know is best. All right, so starting off with today's date. Today is Thursday. We had two nice plays yesterday off of the 15-minute. Um, so we're gonna do the same thing. We're gonna wait for the 15 minutes and then wait for entry. For entry thing. But I mean, let's just look and see. All right, let's do this. Let's start with news first. Yesterday there was a rally. I was sitting at my computer when I saw it just start to spike up. But let's do this. So for TradingView to Discord StreamYard. So this one's StreamYard. So let's just refresh this and see what we have for news for today. So we had PCE price index. We came in just slightly higher than anticipated. I mean, just 0.1%. Durable goods orders are down. Um, GDP growth is up. Personal income month over month is up, and personal spending month over month came in about the same. 5:30. So we're past 5:30. The activity index came in negative. Yield on 10-year fell below 4.0, the lowest in 7 weeks. So there's something going on with inflation as well too. Let's see, durable 530. Durable goods came in higher. 30.6 came in slightly higher. Initial jobless claims came in lower, so that's good. We want less jobless people. PCE is about the same. Year over year came in just a little slightly higher. Continuing jobless claims came in slightly higher. We had a lot of stuff come in. Real consumer spending for the quarter is down. Real personal spending month over month is up. Other than that, we don't have any. And then the gold traded above 4,000 per ounce, rebounding from earlier losses as weaker U.S. dollar and lower treasury yields provided support after latest U.S. PCE inflation. So let's go back up and just look at that real quick. PCE inflation came in slightly higher. Okay, so we're gonna come back here. I'm gonna come here. Okay. And then here's the game plan. So I'm gonna put on my thing here. For 5:30, we had a lot of pre-market data. Usually I'll write them out, but it was just too many. So, and then today's date is June 25, and it's a Thursday. So Thursday we tend to have consolidation. Um, but here's what we're gonna do. So starting with the I just want to look at the daily. Okay, so here we have, I'm thinking this is a bounce area. We are way up here pre-market, right? Yeah, so this is a bounce area. We might get calls to the upside on the, I'm gonna put this, well, yeah, I think I like where this is because it's a lower bounce area on a lower time frame, but this is where we're starting to enter the bullish area. We have this tends we tend to reject off of here and then drop a little bit more, but we've already had a couple of days where we kind of rejected off of that 300% on the 3 month level. But yeah, so we might get entries for calls on IWM. Because this, so we're like one, two, we came back in here for, and then we're trying to break back up to the upside. So we might have daily calls 4 hour. I'm just moving to 50. Looks like we're in consolidation on the 4 hour. On the 1 hour, ooh, we're retesting calls to the upside. Um, we failed it yesterday on the 1 hour. We came back into this breakout zone. We filled up orders, and so levels to look at. We might. I see that we're bouncing off of this 300% level, so we might continue with that. Previous day high is actually way up here. So this is from the previous day high from the day before. It will reset at the market open. Let's see here. On the 30-minute, we also have potential for calls to the upside. This could be a potential bounce area. And this is just based off of pre-market levels. 30-minute. So we have support for more upside there. And being conservative, this is stop loss area right here. But let's see, 15-minute. So we're going to be staying on the 15-minute. Looks like we have a breakout coming to the upside. Just going to look at the lower time frames just to see if we have, yeah, we have confirmation for upside on the 5-minute, 3-minute as well. And on the 1-minute. I want to check something because we did soar up yesterday, and I just want to make sure. Yeah, most of this was in the later half of the day. Let's see here. Just want to check what we have for preps. I know my computer is struggling a little bit. We do have prep to the upside on IWM. Prep to the upside there, but might have a little bit of a retest around this level before we get more upside. So we're waiting for confirmation for calls. Ooh, although we have something for puts on the 15-minute. So I'm just going to leave it here on the 15-minute for IWM. And we're going to wait for the first 15 minutes of market open. You'll get the hang of it, but like usually if I see something for like one day, oh, am I going the wrong way? I was like, why is it going so 15-minute, 5-minute, 3-minute, 5-minute. Oh, here we go. So we had 4-hour entry for puts on SPY. So that's pretty big. We can look for puts on SPY. Let's jump over to that one and do the analysis on that one. I need to work on this as well. Why is it doing this? I'm not sure. I have to remember to take the caps off of my keyboard because then when it goes to sleep, I'm having a hard time getting back in. So we can look for puts below here. This is not only off of the 1 day, but the 1 hour. So let me show you what I was looking at here. So end of the day, I mean, we could go a little bit higher, but I like how puts look for on the one after the 1 day there. I do like, let me just look at this. On the grander, bigger scheme of things, we do have a gap above, but hey, that's interesting because did we fill it? Yeah, we did. Okay. We did. Okay. And then looks like there's another one here that we haven't filled yet. All right, let me put this in. We could have a potential gap here. I'm gonna mark it off, mark it out. Okay. That being said, I'm trying to do two things at the same time. I'm trying to log back into my TradingView on my big monitor. Okay. That being said, over here, I would be looking for puts. Let's just wait for confirmation on puts. So over here, I'm going to put, so IWM, QQQ, and SPY. I'm going to put that pre-market. We had a 4-hour, let's see, what did it say for the 4-hour? 4-hour entry for puts. 4-hour. So we can look for, be patient and wait for 4-hour confirmation on the 4-hour for downside. And it can take time to play out. It can actually come out and let's see what the prep did here. Let's see. But yeah, I like here for puts. Although at that point it'd be almost like at 100%. So on the 4-hour, I'm gonna tell you. So if we get something for confirmation on puts below here, okay, here we go. For me, I'm thinking I'm gonna look for puts right below this VWAP right here. Okay. So that's what I'm going to be doing there on SPY. So I think SPY is our most viable. We're looking for puts on SPY. And we'll just navigate that, what that looks like. Usually when there's a entry for puts, it can take a couple of hours to play out, so we just have to be patient. Let me see, where was it? All right. We have more put levels here, like good entry would be below here, confirmation for puts. We could go off of confirmation from the lower time frame because I want to be really conservative and I don't like that it's so close to that level. So I'm going to show you. I don't like that it's so close to the gap, so I'm going to put it like right about here. Put it right about here. And then that's where I feel like I'd be comfortable with puts. I'm going to make this red just because when I'm in the moment, I want to make sure that it's color coded for me to be able to pick up quickly what I need to do at that level. So I'd be comfortable with puts, like, and I'm basing it off of this. So it'd be confirmation or picking back up orders. We never picked up orders to the downside on yesterday, so we might have people want to satisfy that. And then the trick for today is there is a gap above. So, and we do like to do gap fills. We also have a gap down here. Okay, what are you doing? Because I need to see I don't know what's going on with my screen here. Mm-hmm. Here. Oh wait, no, I don't need that. What I need to do is log in here. It's gonna let me. No, I don't want that one. I want mm-hmm. Please confirm, blah blah blah. I'm not a robot. This is really annoying. Let's see what happens if I do this. Is it gonna lock me out of this one? Oh. I think if I get locked out of this one. Mm-mm-mm. Let's see. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's see. All right, let's see. So yeah, we do have a gap above here, but gap below here. Um, but I'm thinking if we retest this level and break below here, making sure that we have a candle close below here, then we can look for more downside with confidence. And yeah, so there's that. Um, I'm not sure why the settings on my computer, it's not letting me see what I need at the top. That's weird. Let me do this. Okay, something must have happened there. Okay. So now let's go over here and go to so that's 1 hour, 30 minute. We have um take profit levels for both sides here. So um if we do go for upside, we can reject this 100% level. I've seen that before. It lines up with this 200 moving average. So just be prepared to play either side. Practice risk management. Don't overtrade. Don't over leverage. And yeah, so we like to fill gaps. We're closer to this one. We might try to knock this one out. And then if we break above here, we might continue to have more upside. But I feel like if we break below here or even here, if we trigger this again, I hope you see what I'm doing here. So right below this stop loss for puts here, then we can look for more puts as well. So 30 minutes. We are a little bit behind, so 30 minutes into the put. Not shorts. I do want to learn futures. Let's see here. 15 minute. On the 15 minute, we have, it looks like the calls might play out first from what we're seeing for pre-market. But we're going to stay on the 15-minute time frame. And then here we can see for puts that we're just about like, we could probably go up a little bit higher because we'll be retesting these levels right here. I'll show you. And I always like to do early entry, but then I have a hard time holding for a long time. But yeah, like right here with this previous 15 minute, we did hit 100% on the previous 15 minute, but if we retest these levels, maybe, you know, so we'll keep it here on the 15 minute. We, like I said, we might have a play to the upside. So just be prepared for that. I'm a little frustrated with my computer. And we're just gonna be patient. I don't know why it's lagging because I don't. Oh, I know why. It's because I'm using, and this is why unless I have somebody in Discord, I'm just gonna close it out. Because right now, what is this? I think what I'm gonna do is go in the chat and just do. Oh, I need to do a community chat. I'm gonna write this down. I need to do a community chat. So for right now, you guys can just join me in on TradingView because it slows my computer. It's slowing my computer down. Okay. Oh, and apparently I didn't move you guys over. Let me see StreamYard. Interesting. So I want to move you guys over to this one, sharing this tab. Share screen. Very interesting. Okay, let me make sure you guys are can see what I'm doing here. Okay. And then over here for SPY, I have to make sure, like, worst case scenario, that you guys kind of know what ticker symbol on. So for SPY, we have pre-market. For upside, looks like we might try to fill that gap. And stop loss levels here. And you just have to be able to go with the flow, right? Sometimes we might take a day or two to come back to the gap. Sometimes we might sometimes we might um, we might fill it right away like what we did yesterday. So let me put this on the 15 minute. And then over here, QQQ, I don't even really want to touch QQQ. We have a gap above, but I feel like there's some bullish zones in there when I was looking at it yesterday. Let's just close this up a little bit. So let's put this here. Put this here. Ew! You don't want. I'm gonna have to mute that because let me see. Mute tab. I don't want that to be like so distracting. Sorry guys, this is just, I'm having a morning. So we're gonna move this up here. Try to move it up here. Oh, is it this one? This one is the one. I prefer to go off of the higher time frames, like the four, there we go. The 4 hour. The 1 hour might be off ever so slightly, so we'll see that when we get to, but there's a gap here. We do have prep to the upside on QQQ. We do have that, but it doesn't mean that we can't come back down, you know. It's like we're rejecting off of the VWAP here. We got, oh my gosh, 2 minutes. Time definitely flew. Let's see what happened on the 30-minute here. We do have calls to the upside on QQQ and on the 15-minute. We also had call entry on the 3-minute to the upside, and SPY, that was at 6. So let's move this over here. Okay. Let's open our trading platform. I'm just going to put it one time on my monthly calendar so that I don't have to like try to scramble or try to find it. I'm gonna try to wait for the first 5 minutes. Unless I see something big, like, I don't know, just gonna play, just have to kind of see. But otherwise, the plan is to wait for the 15 minutes. Let's see, we are now candle open. IWM is showing that upside. I'm gonna wait for the 5 minutes. We did have plays for upside on IWM, but the reason I don't wanna, and we have for 15 minutes, that one's probably gonna soar. I like to see that. The thing is that in the first 5 minutes, it's, you don't want to be chasing. You don't want to be chasing, and so, and the orders, when it comes to market orders and fails, and I just don't want to get into that chasing energy, so I'm just going to be patient and wait. But this is nice confirmation on the lower time frames for calls. IWM has confirmation for calls to the upside too, so we'll probably have a retest. Let's see, 15-minute calls for 300. QQQ had entry for calls, but it's going to the downside on the 3 minutes, so that would be frustrating for me. And these are pre-market, so let's just wait for it to retest and give some type of confirmation to the upside. Here we're encountering previous day high, so sometimes you do have sellers that will step back in here as well. Let's just check to see what it does with these stop loss levels and then wait for a cleaner entry. Let's just wait. I know it can feel a little bit FOMO-ish right now. Here you can have a bounce off of this 200 and then continue for a gap fill to the upside on QQQ. Here we can have a bounce off of the previous week low. Let's see. And then I'm just going to continue to wait. Like if we break below here and then start to come in this direction, I'll be comfortable taking puts. But let's just wait for that 5-minute candle to form so we have an idea. On the 1 hour on IWM, let me see what's happening. Oh, wow, yeah, so we gapped up. if I'm looking at that correctly on the 1 hour. Because I'll be looking for the candle. And here we can be having rejection off of this previous day high on IWM. Volume is there. Let's see. Remember, so QQQ in a couple of minutes went from call entry to put entry. Just be cautious with the lower time frame stuff. If I see something on a lower time frame for SPY, then I'll look for SPY entry put with more confidence because we had the 4 hour entry for puts go off pre-market. So and then looks like we're going to try to open below this previous week low. So that's how I'm going to play that. Previous day high. We're trying to decide if we're going to break above this or break higher up. We're 3 minutes in. Let's just be patient and wait for that first 5-minute candle to form so we can have a little bit of better idea of what we trying to do. What we getting into. A little bit of buyers stepping in here off of previous week low. And they're just going to try to decide what to do here. If this is the major level. Alright, I think I'm going to start entertaining puts on SPY. And I'm being careful too because I tend to try to jump the gun, and then what ends up happening is it turns into a support level. So I want to be careful. I'm catching myself because what will happen is I'll try to do early entry, but I need to wait for confirmation, wait for it to set up the downside. So this is my major play right now. I'm going off of the 4 hour. So we just had a 5-minute candle close. So good job for us in terms of waiting. Waiting for the candle to close. Yeah, so we have buyers stepping in here after previous week low. Oh, was this 15 minutes? Okay. It's okay. We might have missed. I wanted to wait for the candle close on IWM, but the 15-minute that fired for calls on IWM at 6:30 did go off. We do tend to have a pullback here at the 50% level. Let's see. I'm going to put it down here. So 6:30, 15-minute entry. And the key is that I think it has to have the green box. Those are in better quality. So this fired here. And it's going to try to hit 100%. You do not want to chase, especially here at this 50% level. Like if you already didn't get in, we do tend to have a strong pullback here at the 50% level. So if we missed that one, then we just did. And this is the downside for me to having a lot of indicators, because a lot of stock, even with these three, because I don't want to force, just playing IWM every day. But at the same time, when you're watching other stuff, then you can't really focus the way that you need to. We did open here above the VWAP, so that's another nice indication to at the entry signal fired. So we have a little bit more confirmation for more downside here. Let's just see if we can start to get like a lower time frame confirmation for puts below previous week low, but we do have a breakout here on SPY for more wanting more downside. We're breaking out to the downside. I'm just not even looking at QQQ, but what you'd want to see is maybe they might buy off of this level right here and then wake up and fill this. It's got to be able to pay both sides. But right now we're also breaking to the downside. This is a major bounce level. We have the 200s here. And for IWM, they're trying to hit their 100%. Let's market open here. And first, maybe like 15 minutes. We had on, because this is going to happen again. We had the green box here. We had prep pre-market. We opened above VWAP. And I was just trying to be careful because of this previous day high. Yeah, so we have a little bit of pullback here at 50%. If you got into this, make sure you're taking profit. Okay, so SPY is giving us, there we go. So SPY is giving us quick entry. I'm gonna go ahead and take it. If I can get in. No, not now, I'm just one. Let's see. The thing to be careful here too is that we are below this previous week low. This could turn into support, so just be, manage your risk. You might want to wait for a little bit of a lower, a little bit of a lower confirmation. Oh, it didn't fill my order. It didn't fill my order. It left me. Oh, that sucks. Let's see what it did on the 3-minute, because you're going to have Alright, I'm going to try for SPY so that I can chase him just a little bit. If we hit 50%, I'm not going to chase it because we'll have a retrace at that level. Oh, SPY didn't fill my order. I would have been up like $100. Let's just wait for a pullback here. Let's just wait for a pullback because we do need to retest this previous week low anyway. Oh, it's not even letting us. It's not even letting us get in. Alright, I'm gonna put a circle. We might get a little bit of a support here. Just be careful, it can snap back quite a bit. So yeah, looks like it's trying to turn it into support. If it hits 100%, definitely, try to scale out. We had to open below. Nice, we had a candle open below this 4-hour. Good. getting out. And I'm done for today. So that was very nice. Okay. Yeah, I just want to honor that. So I feel like in terms of risk management, was prepared for this setup. Kind of felt a little bit of FOMO-ish here, but we'll recognize it for next time. This is nice. We will probably have a little bit of a retest here for the 4 hour, but we've already started to have a snowball effect on the lower time frame. So let me see if this brought me. Nice, it hit 200% there on the 3 minute. And then here you're gonna have a little bit more downside because of the 30-minute put entry. Oh, we have 5-minute entry for puts. Oh, on QQQ. You could get into puts here because we are retesting for puts to the downside here on QQQ. I'm going to show you. All right, just be careful here because this is the bounce level. This can turn into support, and then you also might want to retest this. So just practice your risk management. It is turning a 30-minute here into support. And then here you're probably going to have more buyers, more sellers step in here off of this previous day low, especially with this long wick down. Well, we had an earthquake, but that was in Northern California. That alert just came in. So I'm just gonna wait. We're at the 45-minute mark, which is usually when I like to see stuff. So let's go to the 15-minute. If I get a confirmation for the 15-minute on SPY, I will be interested in puts and try to hold a little bit longer. Yeah, let's just wait for the retest here. I expect it to kind of bounce, try to, come and catch some orders up in here before we get more downside. Split is giving us another entry for puts on SPY. I'm gonna wait, but I'm gonna be looking for puts on SPY. Ooh, is it gonna let us get in? Are you gonna let us get in, boo? Ooh, nope. At least not for me. Ooh. Let me make sure I'm on all my stuff too, because yeah. I'm gonna show you on the 5-minute. What we're working with. Okay. All right. So the market is tanking. Just practice risk management here, but we were categorically bearish on SPY. We waited for the 3-minute and the 5-minute. Gonna have a little bit of a retest here, probably on the 30-minute. So I'm gonna show you how you're breaking below this level. And then Yeah, the next major one is the 1 day. Or I mean, sorry, yeah, the 1 day. So the thing is, you have to be careful because it can kind of bounce back a little bit, especially as we're getting close to this previous day low. So just be cautious there. So yeah, this was a nice clean setup here. Let me check something too because it's 6:40. Oh yeah, 6:45. The entry for. I'm gonna put this down. So 6:45, we had the 5 minute entry. So there's that. And then let's see, looks like we have some more stuff coming in. For IWM, we're starting to have a little bit of sell-off here on 3 minute. Let's see, 3 minute. It is a lower time frame. You're still in this kind of like bearish area. That being said, you do have puts to the downside. You do have previous week low here as well, so just be careful. I know the market is selling off, but and you do have a gap down here. So let me see. Let's see. Volume is not that great on puts though on IWM. Let's stay away from it because I already. And then here, QQQ is selling off. You're approaching previous week high here. You might have a bounce off of this, so just be careful here. I'm just always careful. It's a lower time frame, but you do have a gap down here that looks like they might try to fill. But these are bounce levels here. There's 200 previous week high. Starting to get erratic, so just manage your risk. And we're not chasing. If you're feeling kind of FOMO-ish, here's that retrace that I was expecting. We are kind of trying to turn previous or the daily into support. You have buyers stepping in there, and I was expecting, especially with the 30-minute entry, a little bit of a retrace here. So that's healthy pullback. That's normal healthy pullback. Um, Same thing here for QQQ. They're gonna probably try to hit this level right here. But 300% is a across the board like a bounce level. So they've already bounced. I'm not saying they can't go for more downsides. We do have 4-hour puts here. If you get another put entry for QQQ, you can look for more puts there. So we're at the 4-hour put level. Just gonna have a retrace of that level there. That's perfectly fine. Yeah, IWM, just be careful with this one because we were still kind of in that um, bullish area. Yeah, I'm gonna leave it here because unless we invalidate this zone right here, I don't think you should be looking for puts on IWM. Um, on the 15-minute, if you get confirmation for puts to the downside on QQQ, that's a possibility because we are below that 4-hour put level. So on SPY, we had the 3 minute. Looks like I have 2 3 minute, but oh yeah, 2 3 minutes. I need to delete one of them. But and we also have the 5 minutes. So we're starting to build bases down here to the downside. But the key is to break below previous day low and here, and then we can have a little bit more downside. But this can't turn into support. I had to learn that the hard way. Just letting you know. Looks like they're yeah. Okay, so we're waiting for this to get invalidated over here. Over here on QQQ. And the thing is, like, I also need to make a mark about this. I want to just focus on because they're kind of easier to make your money. Um, I'm not the only person or the first person to say that, but then want to be able to play both sides. I'm trying to see what this level is here. Previous day low. Okay. So yeah, you might get a little bit more push on QQQ down to previous day low. Same thing here for SPY, but you can have a very strong snapback here on, especially the way it's reacting. Might have buyers step in here after SPY off previous day low. They do that regardless of if the 1 day put level is here. So IWM is going for that gap fill. And if I think it's going to come to here, right, in terms of downside, because this is a VWAP gap right here, so I can see it. I can see it on the big monitor, but I was like, where's it going right here? This line right here. Okay, so it looks like we are crossing the 1 day puts area. Let's see what it looks like for puts on SPY. And if we have a candle close below here, previous day low, then we'll have more downside. Just be careful because you can see lots of strong buying power right here. Ooh. Okay, so we just invalidated the call zone on IWM. If we fall below this 300% level, then we can expect more downside here. Pretty sure there's some news. And what's so crazy is yesterday we had such a high sell or buy, like a rally. So looks like we filled the gap on IWM. I wouldn't be surprised if we have more upside here on IWM. Yeah, so we went just a little bit past that gap. Here I would be careful because you can have buyers step back in here. And also top of the hour, we always tend to have a pullback to VWAP. So if you can't tell, I'm cautious. We're going to have confirmation of if we want to bounce off of this previous day low or if we want to continue to have more downside on SPY. QQQ still needs to hit this level before they decide if they're going to bounce or go further down. We're coming to the top of the hour, so let's just go look at here and see what it looks like on the 1 hour, because we're gonna probably have a little bit of a pullback. Um, Just be careful here. You might have a little bit of a bounce here. We haven't had confirmation of break below here. Okay, so here, I'm going to see if we can come back up to previous day low. Ooh, we might not get it. If we can come up to previous day low. Yeah, we have buyers stepping in off of this level right here, attempting to revalidate. We're also below previous week high here, so you're going to have a fight with sellers here. Here they're trying to decide if we want to bounce off of this area or if we just stay low, if we want more downside. Let me see. So I want to see some lower time frame candles close below here before I look for puts again. We're trying to decide what to do if they're going to stay below this previous day low here. All three are moving to the upside. Just a little bit of a course correction. We have buyers trying to step back in here off a previous week high. We have buyers stepping in here off a previous day low on QQQ. Let's just wait for a confirmation for more downside on SPY. They probably want to retest this 30-minute level right here. But if we get a nice strong wick below here, we will join the previous day lower people who like to take their puts below here. So just wait for that. This is the 300% level. Look at how we bounced right off of that. So they're trying to decide if they want to turn this into support level and have more upside on IWM, or if they want to break. And if we fall below here, we're going to fall again, like lower. And then here, this 1 hour bounce, I mean, it's 1 hour compared to like a 3 month, kind of what they're dealing with right now. But if you have buyers trying to decide what to do with previous week high, if you want to go higher for the week, tomorrow's Friday, of course. So what do we want to do for this week? Are we trying to break above it or not? That'll give us a nice rally for Friday. And then here we have just a little bit of buyers, and we don't have that strong momentum that we can see here on IWM and SPY. Let's see here. So let me just put myself over here so you guys can see. Oh yeah, so we have buyers stepping in here off of this zone, previous low, just ever so slightly on QQQ. Retesting here on the 30-minute. Let me show you guys. If we had broken below on the 30-minute. So this is, we just look at the same thing over and over on lower and higher time frames. So if we break below here on the 30-minute, I'm going to move this. So now that we have crossed that threshold, I'm going to put this here. Nice. Let's see what it does with the VWAP here on 30-minute. Let's see if it starts to reject there. IWM loves upside, honey. Let me just tell you. So if you get a break above here, this was a potential bounce area on the 30-minute as well. And so it looks like you have buyers are in control. You have buyers stepping in off the previous week high. They're thinking Friday rally. So you have previous week high. So you have buyers stepping in here. This is a 30-minute bounce area, but you'd want to see for smaller, lower time frames start to close above this level, which is a stop loss that we had pre-market for more upside. If you get confirmation here, then you can have more upside. I feel like the previous day high, people already got the level that they, pretty good returns on what they wanted to make a rejection off of previous day high, but we have rejection here off of the VWAP. It was just maintaining kind of, well, or not. We're going to try to touch VWAP on the 15-minute, but it's just holding. So it's like you have a lot of pressure between both sides, bears and bulls. I think some buyers are stepping back in. They heard me, y'all. But it's kind of like just get it over with because it's like, we have to touch VWAP, so why are you fighting us? And that's what's happening right here. You got to touch VWAP. You're going to have sellers want to step in for VWAP and then sell off of here or decide if they want more upside and fill that gap. So it's a little bit of a fight. On the 30-minute, looks like we've decided to overtake the VWAP. That's okay. That's fine. Let's look at the 4-hour. This on SPY I'm talking about. So on SPY, we have buyers stepping in across the 3, and that's one of the things I like about having. One of the things I like about having all 3, as distracting as it can be. So we're just kind of still in bearish territory on SPY. We did bounce off of the 200 moving average here. So we have quite a ways to wait for retesting for more puts to downside. Here you can see that. So let's go back to the 15-minute. 15-minute is your friend. Oh, we're about to have a bullish engulfing on SPY, but still kind of entering into that bearish zone. So let's just kind of keep it here. Looking at everything on the 15-minute across the board. I apologize, you guys. I'll be right back. Give me like 3 minutes. All right, I'm back in the building. Let's just check. Okay, so we have there bullish engulfing on IWM and SPY. So let's just be patient here. Um, it is possible. Look at how we turned. Well, but we did move this level. But we did turn this level into support. Um, bullish engulfing, so we have a little bit of a reversal type thing happening here. Oh my big monitor went off. Let's see here. IWM reclaiming its um, bullish entry levels. All right. Beautiful, beautiful gap fill on IWM there. Let's see here. They did hit, let's see, because they're going to try to hit 100% here. You're definitely going to have buyers stepping in off of this 30% level on here on IWM. And in terms of the most bullish, I feel like IWM is the most bullish out of the three, right? So we bought back off of this level. We reaffirmed that we wanted more upside. On the 30-minute, you can see that there's a breakout happening here. QQQ remains bullish. I mean, they're kind of staying. You're not seeing this skyrocketing happening that's on the other two. But let's just see what they do with this VWAP. But for the most part, you're not going to be looking for calls here, just according to my setup. Here, we roared right through this previous day high, which tends to be a reject level. We kind of saw that here on the previous candle. But they're going to try to build a base above here, above previous day high, and then you can look for more upside on IWM. On IWM. Here, so the way I look at it is if we have this to go through, I'm not looking for calls here. That's just the way that my stuff is set up. And if I honor that, then I feel like I do much better on my trade. So that's how I look at it. I know there's so many different ways to play this, right? Especially if you're looking at like, okay, let's do buyers off of previous day low here. But yeah, I have learned with my setup, if I have like this bearish area, I'm not looking for calls here. I'm not looking for calls here. If you're looking for calls, I'm going to look for some type of retest or confirmation here off of the previous day high. You also have a little bit of cushion or confirmation support here. And you also have some support here off of previous week high, where you have buyers that are going to be willing to step in at previous week high. This was a previously existing bounce area on the 30-minute, and then here off of the previous day high. So those are the levels if you're kind of feeling bullish to the upside. Beautiful buying and affirmation that we want to buy off of this 300% level off of the 3 months. So that's beautiful there. Here for the 4-hour puts, I was concerned that we would have a little bit of retest here, but they got to retest these levels here. You have to retest and confirm, like, do we want more downside? So that's just like learning how to navigate the time frames when it comes to the, either side. We're always going to be looking, you're always going to have people waiting for a retest. But, and if you look at it in reverse, right? So the puts will get invalidated if we can break above this level here. We do have like a wick here, and we do have buying. We had buyers stepping off of this 200 moving average. This is the fast 200 EMA. Let me just check something here on this one because I want to make sure if we did bounce. Did we bounce? Let me see. I'll take it off. Let me see something. Okay, when it does that, it also takes off. So 729. It also takes off the, yeah, we did bounce off of the 200. It also takes off the EMAs, which is like, no, I just want to see the EMAs. It's okay to take off the drawings, but yeah. So here we have a little bit of rejection off of QQQ. And I would just wait until we break below here. And even if you want to be conservative and just wait until we break below a candle close, at least one. I mean, I'm a little bit more jump the gun, but then look at my account, you know. Little bit of sell off here, rejecting VWAP. For how strong this wick is, that's what I was gonna say. For how strong this wick is off of the 200. Oh, why am I hearing noises? It's probably like a bird. Don't let me hear nothing in here. I'll be gone. Um, Next key level right here would be VWAP on SPY. But yeah, really all of this is just bearish. So I would just be looking for puts across the board here. But next level to overcome would be this VWAP right here. And I'm going to move this down here. Because all of this was a breakout to the downside. Actually, you know what? Let me just leave it. Because it's going to try to retest that level. Let me just leave it. Let me leave it alone. We had another open below VWAP here on QQQ. And below the fast CMAs, and we're still below the zone here on the 15 minutes. So it's a nice, healthy retest. We're going to be waiting, for me at least, for puts below here and especially below here, just to be on the cautious side. We're already on the 15-minute here, but let's just look at the 15-minute. I want to go on SPY. Look at the 15-minute. Here we opened above VWAP, but we're still in that bearish zone on SPY. I don't really like it. I would have liked to see us open below VWAP, but it is what it is. It looks like it's rejecting off of this 4 EMA, and it had also opened above the 8 or 9 EMA, so just cautious there. We have sellers stepping in here. We were unable to break above the previous day high. We are still bullish on IWM though. Next bounce level will be previous week high. If we have, I think, break below this 300 level, then we'll have like a double top. And so tweezer tops. I like saying tweezer bottoms better, but tweezer tops. Let's just see what's going on. And you gotta love this, how erratic it is. If you know what you're doing, but like you don't want to get chopped and screwed. I've been getting chopped and screwed into stuff, but it forces me to kind of really hone in. And I noticed some of you that have been with me for a couple weeks, I took some stuff off my chart too because I'm like, and today's a prime example. Like when I have my setup, I'm good. But if I try to introduce other elements, I'm like, So it just comes down to like trusting your process or what you see. And I know I look at stuff differently than other people, so it's like differently in like how I chart my stuff, and then I look at their stuff, and I mean their stuff does make sense too, but it's just I think I definitely have a different charting style than other people. But at the end of the day, so it's an interesting process. So here we have just, affirming that we're selling off at this level here. This is going to be a critical level. This was previously a bounce area on 30 minutes. Like we're not able to sustain that, and so then you have sellers from previous day high. Let's just go back to the 15-minute and see what they're looking at from their side, right? So in terms of breakout, this would have been the first candle. So we would have had breakout, retest, and then if you break below here, then you might have more continuation to the downside. For people who do orb, right? They were waiting for a retest of the level. Oh, is it? I don't like this. What is this? This is 615. So it's this one. I think I need to make a darker color here so I can see exactly. But this is the opening range right here. So we had breakout, retest, and then if they break below here for the open range people, then they might look for more confirmation to the downside here on IWM. Same thing here for QQQ. We had 15-minute candle, open below, potential retest. Oop, looks like SPY wants a little bit more upside. Yeah, like I said, I didn't like that it opened above this VWAP here. I didn't like that. I found it to be treacherous. But yeah. Got more buyers stepping in there. Looks like they're trying to flip to the upside, but I'm not touching nothing. I'm not doing it. Anything above there. You can see why I decided to leave this level here. So even though we pushed through it, you can see they're reacting to that level right there. Ever so slightly. It's not a strong reaction, so they might just push through it. Yep, pushing right through it. But you could see that there was a little bit of a engagement with that level. Next thing is previous week low. So we're going to decide if we want to reject this and have more downside, or if we're going to just soar right through it. Then you have the 200 moving averages here. If you can break above here and into this area, it's early invalidation of this bearish zone, and then you can look for more upside and fill this gap, right? Like they're like, we're gonna fill that gap today. Today. You have SPY building to the upside, reestablishing off of that 30-minute bounce area, having buyers step back in here off of previous day high. Beautiful. You might have a little bit of a pullback here at the 50%. Always does that. But they're going to try to go for their 100% on IWM. 15-minute for the win. This is what I told her. Oh wait, so is my Discord still on? Because I noticed my computer is struggling a little bit, but it has this why is it still showing like that? That's not what I want. I want, oh, this is what I want. I'm back on Discord. It's just my computer is kind of struggling within an inch of its life. Okay. Let's see. people are kind of funny. Like, sometimes I feel like, yeah. Uh, all right. So, mm, I always expect, I've said this over and over, you can go back to in my live stream. 50% is a critical level. If you're scaling, respect it, keep your runners, practice, risk management, and depending on where you got in, you can try to hold for that 100%, but 50%, they love to take 30%, 50%. And so sometimes when this, oops, excuse me, when this happens, where it soars through the 30, I mean, you guys heard me talk about that. I was like, oop, if they hit 50%, I'm not touching it. This is why. Um, and you can just wait for a lower time frame. We are still in the 30-minute like bullish zone here. Um, but they have to retest these levels, and they're trying to decide what to do with this previous day high. What they're trying to do. Let's see. Yeah, here this is showing that we want a little bit more downside. It's like low volume, smaller candle. We're still below VWAP, still below the 200, still below the fast EMA. Out of how everything moved so quickly, this is just kind of like, we're not feeling too hot. Mm. I think it's interesting because even though I've been through some things, like I think, and we don't ask for this stuff, but I could be a really good motivational speaker because it's like you can tell when you talk to people who've been through some things, they have like all the right scripture, help you navigate through like the emotional, the spiritual, the physical aspects of it versus like somebody who's never had like turbulence. They're just like, oh, they just kind of freeze up a little bit. So it's like, it's just an interesting process. But especially like anytime you're looking at motivational coaches and stuff and you hear their story, I just have so much respect for them. I feel like in a sense of you have to have been through something to reach back and pull other people up. So yeah, it's just I'm observing. And so then here we have a rejection off of this 100% level, a tiny one. We are trying to trend to the upside though. We see the EMAs are trying to curve to the upside. Um, Slight rejection. And this is, you can see again why I decided to leave this level here, at least until the end of today, because this was where we decided that we would start to look for puts to the downside. So that level is now going to be here where you get a little bit more confirmation for puts to the downside. But yeah, this one is definitely for me bearish. Here, QQQ. Let me look at the 1 hour. I'm going to tell you what I'm seeing. So on the 1 hour. Yeah, bullish. We had a prep to the downside. We are rejecting the VWAP here. But this is because they're trying to buy off of this previous day high, right? Previous day low right here. That's the key level that and it's pretty much clean too. I mean, a lot of this is algorithmic. So um, you know, it just depends on how like how many cents they want to have between here and here. But and that's what I always say, even with the 30%, sometimes I beat myself up around like start taking profit right before the 30%. But it's because of stuff like this, right? You don't want to try to hold for this to hit and then it doesn't. If it hits, then it hits and you have your runners. But That's why I always take a little bit of profit right before the 30-minute and right 30% and the 50% every time, and even right before, sell into the strength. But yeah, and that's how these three ETFs move, right? So I've observed that time and time again. So here on the 4 hour, we have a healthy pullback. We might have a little bit more of a pullback here into, let's see, so 7 o'clock into 8 o'clock. Might have a little bit more pullback before we decide if we're going to, tomorrow might not be so hot for the Qs. It might not be so hot. We might, but we also have a gap above here. A little bit of consolidation. You can see it. Attempted upside and then came back down. So just looking at this, just this teeny tiny, we're kind of in this chunk. And so ideally we would have liked to see a little bit of a breakout. So here's 7:30 on the SPY. We decided to break above VWAP. The volume is right around here for the VWAP, right at that breakout level. Let me just check something on the 30-minute to see, because I think I did move the 30-minute put level. Yeah, we're still in a bearish zone, but the thing is, we decided to open above the VWAP here. There was a little bit of a VWAP gap, and we have filled it both sides there, but it opened above the, I can't tell from the colors, but these are the 4 and the 8 or 9 right here. So kind of opened above this one. No bueno, my friend. No bueno. No bueno. Let's stick on the 15-minute. The 15-minute is your friend. Like we're trying to get a little bit of a side confirmation here on the 15-minute. Very nice. Nice. Okay, we're breaking out to the upside. We decided to have buyers. If you get like an entry here on IWM, I'm going to open it up. Then I feel comfortable with calls because it's like we're getting confirmation that we were wanting to build off of the previous day high. I think, let's see, we had one candle open above. Let me just look on the lower time frame to see what, yeah, we have parts of the upside there. It would be my second trade, but I would look for some type of calls to the upside. Let me see how what the interest is. Yeah, we have good interest. Open interest on these. Let's see what it does on the 1 minute. Ooh. So we opened above the 4 EMA here. Let's see. We have a breakout happening on the 1 minute and on the 3 minute. There's a nice breakout happening there on the 5 minute. Make sure. I wonder what's going on with my Robinhood. That's interesting. It's not showing my QQQ. Yeah. Oh, you know what? I might have gotten into something else. Let me see if that's what it was. Okay, I think I got it accidentally into something else. Yeah, I think I got into, yeah, I got into SPY instead of, girl, because I was like, IWM is not, I got into, I was in SPY instead of IWM. And so I was like, why is it, I was trying to get in from here to here, but you can see we're at this support level here. I mean, it's still bullish, but it's rejecting off of this previous week low right here. And then you have confirmation for more downside here, so that's why. And it did pull back. This did pull back, but I was just kind of expecting it not to pull back as much. I just have to be careful, and that's the other thing too. It's like I have to like just get in the habit of closing all the way out, because I get back money on stuff like that. Or I'm trying to get into calls here, but my contracts are still open for SPY over here. But I'm done for today. So let me put my ending balance. And I am putting it on my monthly calendar that I am giving back profit later in the day. So, and we did, so the play for today was we had the 4-hour put entry pre-market, and then we had the 3-minute at 6:40 and the 5-minute at 6:45. Which I couldn't get into. My order didn't fill on spot. So then IWM. This was at 7:30. This was at 6:30. Pre-market, 4-hour. Four-hour put. And I'm gonna look and see here. So yeah, this is, I was waiting for calls. Was kind of trying to break in. So you can have another confirmation for upside here, maybe on a lower time frame, to where you hit 100%. This was on SPY. This was at 6:15, and then it had a, let me check something here. Oh yeah, it's 7:30. This was at 5 p.m. 5 a.m. And then here, 6:15 and 6:30. I just want to make sure, because I think here he had, it would have called for here. Okay, yeah, so 6:15. Okay, I see what happened. So this, I wouldn't have seen this, but then at 6:15, the entry came in. And I think there was a little bit of, I have to go back and look at the replay. But yeah, so today's Thursday. 6:42. No, 6:25. Yeah, I don't like how it's selling off of this level, but as long as you stay above this previous day high and above the 4 EMA, for me, then you know, they're looking for a breakout or confirmation to the upside here to hit that 100%. Here, we have sellers stepping in here off of this level. I would be comfortable getting into puts below VWAP and below this level here. IWM QQQ. Have buyers stepping in off the previous day low here. I don't like that sell-off. I would have had to end up getting out anyways on IWM, but I didn't want to give back all my profits, so I was like, let me just get out. I think it's one of those things where my risk management, I can tighten up a little bit, because I was up. I was actually up really good with the puts from this morning, and so I will jump in, and then I'm like, well, I'm already in profit. I don't want to feel like I'm in, you know, if it doesn't spike right away, I'm just starting to jump out. And plus, I was in the wrong ticker, so that was a good move. Still at end of the day in profit, but it's just stuff like that I have to tighten up on. Let's see what's happening here. We're in a little bit of a lull. I think the markets are just trying to decide what to do, which direction to move. Here we're bullish, here we're bearish, here we're bearish. I hope that makes sense. So we're in the zone waiting for a breakout to the downside. We still have some resistance here. And you have a gap above here, gap below here. Here, they're trying to recover and make, there'll be this foot here, but it looks like we're rejecting off the 4-hour zone that we had earlier. But I would just wait until we're below VWAP here because we opened below VWAP 2 times. I don't like it. We have sell off on this one, on this one. This is a buy level right here. Yep, right off the previous day high, which lines up with the 4 EMA. If you start to get a break below here. Remember here I told you that even though we were bullish, I wouldn't be looking for puts below here. It's kind of the same thing too. So I wouldn't really be looking for puts until we invalidate this zone and come below these 200 moving averages. And so you can kind of see that here. I wouldn't be looking for puts above. I wouldn't be looking for puts in this area. Here, I wouldn't be looking for calls. We're down here. A little bit of buyers stepping in off of this level, but it's just really killing their theta right now. So it's not moving up as highly as I'm sure they would like to see it move. But it's still holding its ground as being bearish. Here, we're still in the bearish zone. Everything's going to slow down. Volume has dropped way down. In my life. Oh, all right. Oh, okay. And I haven't been posting to. I have not been posting to. I haven't been posting to Instagram. I think like once we went on that vacation break, I just stopped posting. So let me see. I need to post this right here. 6:30. It would have fired at 6:30, exactly at 6:30. But I don't like. Yeah, I don't like using that as an example. I want to use like the 15-minute. I feel like on the 4-hour. Okay. Let me look at this on the 4-hour because I want to post it on my media, but I want to see where the candle came down to because that's going to give another clue. So on the 4-hour, let's see something here. Okay, we came down. I believe that is where the 200 moving average is. Put this back on. Yeah. So on the 4-hour, we would have waited for confirmation below here. Now it's at 5 that it fires. We would have waited until we got below here. And look for more puts. It did come up and test these stop loss levels. Even though we had a little bit of sell-off here, we had buyers step back in off the previous day high and off of this 4 moving average right here. trying to think what I want to post for LinkedIn. So on the 4 hour, I'm gonna have to turn it into a video. That's probably what I'm going to do. It's like, I don't know how good they do it real, but we about to find out, aren't we? We are about to find out. And I think this is a great example too of like learning how to use my indicator, because sometimes I like to go off of the pre-market, and on the pre-market on SPY on the 15 minute, it did have stuff for the upside, but the 4 hour time frame had triggered, and so I knew that we were looking for puts based on the higher time frame. So it's just like little stuff like that that comes with learning it. Now here we have, this is nice. I like what we're seeing here. We have some strength. I like what we're seeing here. I think they're going to try to hit that 100%. Let's see what's happening with the 5. Okay, we have another breakout to the upside on the 5 minute. We have prep to the upside, so I like to see that. And then here, prep to the upside too. Let's see what happens in the next minute. Bouncing off the previous day high here. Struggling. It's doing a breakout on the 5 minute. That breakout level here too. They're gonna try to, let's see if they can hold this. If they can break through this level here, then you'll get your 100%. Beautiful. Start taking profit. Let me record this. Just give it 30 seconds. I was fired. It was fired here. And then here we would have waited for retest. And this is at 7:35. So let's just see if it touches it. Doesn't quite touch it. I'm recording. You gotta perform. Let's see if it hits it. Give the people a retest that they're looking for. No. And these reels really shouldn't be more than 30 minutes. 30 seconds, I mean. Alright, I don't know. I think my friend used Grok for this. Oh, there it goes. There it goes. It's about to hit it. Let's see. There it goes. So it had fired at 6:30, and then it hit here at 7:45 with confirmation. So let's, okay. So there's that. And then let me try to explain what happened with SPY. SPY is a little bit harder to explain. Visually, I suppose. Oh, you know what? So the funny thing is, I knew I was on the 15-minute. And so what I could and should have done next time is like go to the 4 hour, because once we got confirmation for downside, I should have been holding until we hit 30%. And so, but I got out like really early up here. So 4 hour, I'm just gonna write this to myself. Yeah. Okay. That's what I should have could have done, but it's okay. Um, yeah, I think we're just gonna for LinkedIn. Looks like we're starting to form a bullish engulfing here on the SPY, bouncing off of the previous day high. Kind of decides to do a previous week low. QQQ is just really holding its ground. We had buyers step in here, but it's just feeling bearish overall. Staying below this put, it's right about to cross this put level right here. How we had pre-market. So now let me go to LinkedIn. No, thank you. No, thank you. Not interested. Like a star, like a star. Ooh, somebody at, oh, like LinkedIn, man. LinkedIn be telling you who's looking at your profile. Mind you, I haven't worked here at that place since the pandemic. I used to be a realtor. Interesting. I guess it's because I went back live. And then, interesting. I could stop. I have to update my LinkedIn. Um, cool. Yeah, I do need to work out though. I do need to. I'll probably go work out right after this. Let me see. We're gonna go here. We're gonna go here. We're gonna go here. Select more media. We're gonna do a video and shout out to my friend for helping me with this. Um, we're having a nice rejection here off of this 400 level again. I like this is for where this level was. We have this was a previous level that was marked for put. So not only did we have sellers stepping back in here under previous week low, we have sellers coming in for that retest off of the 4 hour. Looks like they're rejecting and wanting more downside here. So um, like this. Ooh, that's what I was looking for on IWM. Not just it is what it is. We did open above here. We're in this green zone. I like it for calls um, on the 15-minute. So I like what we're seeing for calls here. This is what I was waiting for. So let's just see. Depending on your risk management, but this looks good for calls here on IWM. At the top of the hour though, and that's the thing. Okay, so at 8 o'clock, we tend to have a little bit of a pullback to, we do tend to have pullback, but I would have definitely gotten into this call. And so here on the 1 hour, it's showing that, you know, it might, on the 1 hour, they might try to hit this 100% level right here. And then I would just, because it would be my second or third trade, I would try to, top of the hour ones I don't like because we do have pullback. We like to come back to, you know, some type of a bounce level on there, but that's what I was waiting for. Let's look at the lower time frame here. Ooh, ooh, I don't like that. I would have gotten into that. And so here on the lower time frames, we can see that we need to wait for a little bit of a recovery. So that's just something to keep in mind too. So at the 8 o'clock, let's just, I mean, if you want to get into calls, I would wait until we have a prep and a crossover of these two before we look for more upside. But yeah, this is the thing. Like, you catch me one time, but I try to make sure you don't catch me slipping again because I was like, that was too good of a setup. But at 8 o'clock, yeah. So we're just gonna wait for a lower time frame. And speaking of which, so I'm still dually licensed, like real estate and insurance, but I clearly, we have a nice bounce here off of the 4. I like that. I would have been getting nervous, y'all. But gotta give it time to play out. I like how SPY is moving to the upside, so not that we take trades based off of, you know, the other one, but and then QQQ is just continuing to hold its, you know, momentum for downside. So I would say, yeah, 8 o'clock. We could wait for. These are just little things you have to. It's easy, but you gotta learn how to navigate the time frame. So on the lower time frame, we're still bearish. So we have to wait for a confirmation to the upside on the lower time frame. So let's just wait until the 1 minute that, you know, shows us that we have upside, and then we can enter with a little bit more confidence and try for calls. We wait for the crossover because see here we would have thought like, oh, this is green. We're starting to now wait for the crossover, and then when this crossover happens, like here you can see how we have crossover to the downside. It's like okay, but do I have Grok? I'll go Grok. Let me see. Yeah. Uh, I like this sentence. Let's use this. Okay, so here we go. So we have a little bit of a crossover in the next. We don't quite have a crossover yet, and at least not confirmed on the 1 minute. But let's just wait for some type of a crossover on the 1 minute here, and then you can get that entry that you're looking for to the upside. for that 15-minute call. Yeah, because this is a prep to the downside. So let's just wait a little bit more till we get an official lower time frame confirmation that we really want more, which you can see right here on the 5-minute. It's like hell no, hell no. You looking for the entry? And that's why I said like wait until the prep thing, because it's gonna, yeah, just wait. So I'm gonna chop and screw this, put it in here. Let's see. I think the other thing I've been trying to test for too is like how to avoid fake outs. So we are still in the bullish area. Um, and it's a difference between like how this one fired off and then how this one fired off. So just trying to test it. We're gonna observe it and see. Mm-hmm. I think one another clue is like if price was above here, then we'd be okay. But it's using this level as rejection. Let's see what it does with previous day highs, the bounce level, the 8. This is the 4, this is the 8, 9. We have a bounce area here. Like a star, like a star. Mm-hmm. 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 And let me check something here too, because on the lower time frame, I just want to check something here. So the 6:30 call entry went off at 6:30, but let me see what we would have had for confirmation to the upside on IWM for entry, because remember we went kind of bearish. Yeah, we didn't have confirmation again until, well, that's the 8 o'clock one that we're looking at here. So we didn't really have confirmation for upside on the. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm. Yeah, so here, I'm about to hop off, but here you can see that on a lower time frame, you're not quite getting that entry, and that's okay. These are things that are going to help us get cleaner entries in it. So top of the hour, we always have some type of pullback to VWAP. Hate it in terms of what it means for my strategy. Um, so conditions were met in terms of crossover, order block, fair value gap, and that type of thing. But at 8 o'clock, we always have a pullback, and then I end up, and this had happened, I think, last week, and I kept kind of just back test to see what had happened. But, and then the other thing, like I said too, is on the 15-minute, it's little things like if we had opened right above here, would have been a much stronger indication to me that we would have wanted more upside. And I also know that we like to test stop loss levels. So it doesn't mean that this won't play out later. Right now, it's just looking for a level, unless it invalidates. And we don't try to predict the market. We just try to do the best reaction. So, and then this is another thing too, like even you saw it with me today. If you're already up and you had profit and you had one or two trades, it's not the time to chase that third trade on the, you know, because then you're going to take it based on the setup, and then once it starts selling off, you're going to be kind of like so nervous to jump out. And so this is just kind of like explaining what's really happening, because I'm sure I'm not the only one. I'm not the only one who picks this breakout strategy in terms of waiting for breakout, crossover, fair value gap, order block, all the things, right? And then you jump in and it starts to take you for your money. We're in a bullet zone. We had been establishing setup. Now that being said, we also had two wicks here. What time is it? 8:12. Did we have some news? Yeah, but there's always a pullback. So that's just a psychology behind it. And then when it recovers, you're gonna be big mad. We kind of saw the same thing happen this morning here too, where we had calls for the upside, it hit 100%, and then just went straight down. But we're back into this 30-minute bounce area. But I always say just practice the, risk management, because you don't want to try to hold and cross your fingers that it's so much easier for you to get out with a 25% stop loss and then make that back versus trying to hold, how long, and then it takes forever to recover from calls. So yeah, it comes with the territory. It can be looking for buy-in levels at previous day high, previous week high. That was nasty though. That was not a nice. That was not nice. Isn't that nice? Here is you have strong rejection off of that 4 hour, but you're still kind of like in a just being cautious with this candle here. QQQ is finally starting to pick up more downside. Let me see. I'm gonna make a note here. So if we want to watch how this plays out, so 6:30 on SPY, I decided to get in 6:39. 6:39. Ooh, if you want to get in on puts on SPY, this one has the best confirmation for downside, I feel like, um, compared to the others. It's already, like I said, so beautiful below here. If it hits 100%, just be cautious. We're retesting puts of the day here, so that could be a bounce level, but you might want to touch or retest previous day low here. I need to assess why. Oh, I know why. And that second entry, yeah, the second entry I got in on IWM, I tried to get it on IWM. It wasn't as valid or as strong either. So, but I think I said it was the same thing too. We never quite really broke above this level. So, but here you can see that we're below that level. Um, we have 4 hour time frame on our side here on SPY, so you can hold. I feel like you can hold with confidence until it hits 100% here, and then you have another strong take profit level here and here. So, yeah. These are contingent stop loss levels, but I'm learning that it's like once it crosses here, it doesn't really ever quite recover. So it's better to just cut your losses here and get back in when we get confirmation for upside, is what I'm learning. Because I will try to hold, but that has not been the most profitable. Here it didn't quite give you 100%. We always have some type of pullback at 50%. So just if you're in profit, you know, consider that. The other thing is you can wait for 5 minute confirmation for more downside on SPY as well. Waiting for the 3 minutes. What is today? Because I'm gonna leave like little breadcrumbs for Thursday. I want to leave so that we can come back and look at these videos. Not that 25. Expecting downside, waiting for 3 minute entry. Oh, do we have? Okay, something else is firing for downside here. Let's see what it is. Oh, for IWM, interesting. I would not be taking puts here if I were you. I'm gonna tell you why. Because you don't want to take puts in a. This is a bullish zone, so yeah. And the other thing is you're gonna see it here too. You'll get the hang of it, like if you do end up getting the indicator. But we bounced off of this. I'm learning to just have us go to the screen to actually look at it, even though it might cost us a couple of seconds. But especially when it comes to the lower time frame stuff, I want to make sure um, that we're not at this something like this, like a 200 moving average. So it moved quickly. It hit. There's always going to be a pullback at 50%, didn't quite give 100%, and then pulled. But these 200 moving averages is where it was trying to target, and so I think the same thing here. We don't have any EMAs per se to bounce off of, but anytime you cross over 50%, anytime for the first time, then take your profit. That I've always said that. When you're close to 30%, start scaling down. Same thing close to 50%. Here we were hoping for 100%, but yeah. And just practice your risk management. If you've already crossed over this level, just get out. It's gonna be so much easier to get in and get your money and remake that profit versus like waiting for it to invalidate this zone right here. So for a 3 minute, right? So the rule is if you're taking it off of a 3 minute. The other thing, I mean, so let's look at the 5 minute, because you don't want to rationalize your way into losing trades. The other thing, okay, I thought we were a little bit closer to the previous day high, previous day low here. But if you're gonna hold on a 3 minute, 5 minute time frame, let me see if price is gonna come back down here. Beautiful. Okay, it's giving you um, beautiful rejection here off of the 4 and the 8. You do have higher time frame laws on your side here. with the 4 hour. I just, I'm still trying to adapt. The volatility is a good thing. It's making people money. You just want to make sure you're um, having clarity of what to do. Here you have a nice rejection off of the 4. And it looks like they're trying to have more downside here on IWM. Or no. Looks like they're trying to attempt more downside here. Let's just see what they do. Mm. Let me see. So 3-minute entry. Got a little sidetrack here. 648. 3-minute entry. At 639. Yeah, one of my trades that was done at 642. I tried to get back in for the 645, but that one, my Robinhood didn't fill my order. So that would have been technically my second trade, and then my third trade on IWM. Yeah, you know. So, and then we need some hashtags. So hashtags are ETFs. We can just put SPY. No, IWM QQQ. No. SPY, y'all. I'm trying to throw SPY. SPY. IWM SPY. I'm trying to remember. I think my friend gave me some stuff too. Fixed income. What is that? Options and high HFT. Um, you could do options and do options. I'll come up with some hashtags there. I'll put higher time frame because the win of the day was play of the day. Not play, because then it sounds like gambling. Trade of the day. Trade of the day. Okay, and higher time frame. I guess I could start to. Mhm. Mhm. 80%, 80%. uploading. So I think also, so we're 8 o'clock, right? This one did give you a little bit more of a bang for your buck because it had the higher time frame thing with it. This one for puts, that's the thing. So this is the thing. You have to understand the time frame that you're in. So this one we were still in the bullish zone, right? And matter of fact, we had the 15-minute alert at one point in time for upside. So this you want to respect that you're looking for calls. Now, if you break back down below here, you might entertain puts. But this, even on the 30-minute time frame, you're in a bounce zone, right? So it's just little things like that, where if you're in this green block, you don't really want to be looking for calls. I think even maybe 7:30, so 7:30, 7:38, we can move to the 30-minute. When the 15-minute fired, it would have been nice to also see that prices above here as well too, and we just never fully were able to break out of it. And we had sellers stepping in here, and then again, you're getting close to the end of the hours, end of the 2 hours. So, and I think we were hoping for a trend, right? I think we were hoping for a trend to the upside is what we're trying to build a base. This is what the institution is trying to do. We lost some momentum here off of this. This would have been previous day high here, so we lost that battle right there. This was the previous bounce area. We, in the next 2 minutes on the 30-minute time frame, if they don't recover off of this VWAP right here and this these fast EMAs, then yeah, it's not looking good for IWM. The puts on the 3-minute did play out. They hit their level and they bounced. In terms of the 15-minute, and so here you're looking for puts, so the puts played out, whereas here you would have gotten the puts on a call side, if that makes sense. So QQQ is just holding its ground, and one of two things can happen here. You're just going to have consolidation when you don't have a breakout to the up or the downside, but they're trying to maintain this previous day low right here. So they're still bearish, and they're also below this level here, this blue level. So, but QQQ is holding its ground. I'm pretty sure on a higher time frame it's going to show up as a doji. Because you have the buyers and sellers that are fighting right here. All right. Ooh, what time is it? I'm hungry. Oh yeah, 8:30. That tracks. That makes sense. Let me go ahead and post. I have not posted to. So we're getting close to the 2-hour mark. Let's see what happens in the next 30 minutes. Let's look at the 30-minute. Although QQQ is not the best, it's not giving the best in terms of plays. On the 30-minute, you can see that we never broke out above this level. On the 30-minute here, we're still in this zone. We're still bearish. Okay. And then SPY is giving you more entry for puts again. But the thing is, on the 5-minute, so the only thing I don't like is that it kind of opened above the VWAP. But let's go look at the 5-minute. And you do have that on your side, the 5-minute. I mean, the 4-hour. And the 3-minute. So you might have some downside here. Let's just see. We don't have that box that I like to see, the breakout box. We don't have that here, but we do have the 4-hour time frame on our side. And I also don't like how we opened above that 4 EMA, but we are below VWAP and we're below the stop loss level, and we're also just, below the body of this candle. Ideally, we would like to be a little bit lower, but let's just see how it plays out. 5-minute on SPY is giving quick entry. Let's look at the, yeah, because on the 30-minute, we are in a bearish zone, but the thing is yeah, I said I didn't like that we opened above the VWAP. It's okay. We're rejecting off of the 4 EMA there. If you want to wait until we below this level. I think the further out you get away from the top of the hour, you just want to be a little bit more cautious. Protect your capital. Make sure you're not over trading. So on the 15-minute here, I think we want to make sure that we're below this level here. Funky. Yeah, you would have gotten stopped out here, at least in terms of stop loss. Let me show you. You've gotten stopped out. So as we get further out towards 8 and 8:30, have to remember to look for higher time frame setups. So we're no longer going off of 3-minute. We would move to the 15-minute and the 30-minute. And so that would have protected us, right? We're still bearish, but you don't want to get caught in that drawdown. And I think because this is my indicator and I'm still looking at it across different time frames, in the past, what I would say is, okay, we're in a reddish zone. So I think it's out there on the 15-minute. So I can risk it, but I'm learning that you don't want to be kind of in this area per se. You want to be below that box. So even if you go to the 15-minute time frame, you want to be below here. Let's do the second Thursday. Oh, but no, I don't want it to be that. I want it to be a real. And yes, it is options. One day we will do futures. I feel like I would do so much better at futures. I just need to learn. Somebody needs to teach me. Well, not, yeah. I need to get somebody to teach me. And this is the thing, like, I do check people on social media, but I need somebody. I kind of, at this point, everybody that's gone into trading is always looking for someone that teaches them the way that they need to learn. And so, like, I'll see a really good teacher, but they're teaching some like Forex, and I'm like, dang. Um, or people who teach um, futures, like they're popular on social media, but because I've gotten burned a couple of times, and I go and I'm like, and or I've tried to take courses from them or done their membership for options, and they're not teaching you what you need. So it's like, I'm just a little bit cautious, but I am looking for someone who can teach futures. And I'm not opposed to paying for it. I just don't like anybody else, like paying for something and then you don't get your money's worth. I'm watching here on the 1 hour. Yeah, the 1 hour. It looks like we're trying on. Let me see. That's on IWM. It looks like we might want a little bit more downside here on the 1 hour, but the thing is, we're still. We would have to invalidate that 15-minute zone. Yeah, we're wanting to. We do have some downside here on IWM, but I'm gonna stick to my guns in terms of like this zone needs to be invalidated, and you don't want to get caught up. Like I call these, I used to call other stuff percolator zone, but to me this is percolator zone in that you don't like in my Cat Williams voice, you don't want to be looking for puts in this zone, and you want to wait for a breakout and a call above here. So I wouldn't be taking, and that's just how my strategy set up. I think sometimes I'll be like, oh, I know other people are making, plays off of puts, but you can even see here I don't have anything that they would have rejected off of to indicate that we have puts here on my, according to my stuff, my setup. We're in a 30-minute bounce area. This is perfectly normal, unless we invalidate it, right? QQQ consistently has, surprisingly, because for how erratic QQQ is, today is on a chill pill. They're saving their rally for tomorrow, honey, or maybe even later in the day. But they are consistently staying right above this VWAP, right below the EMAs here. You can see it across all the different time frames. You can go to the 15-minute. They're staying right below there, so they're just kind of in no man's land. Um, so the play to look for here is on SPY again. Looking for more downside, we have a nice rejection off of the VWAP and the 4 here. So if we can just kind of like break right, I'm gonna make a line right here. We can get below here. Let's look at what that looks like because the last entry we had was on the 5-minute. So if we can get right below there, it's going to look like a lot of lines, a lot of lines. But this is where I marked right here. Right here. So if we can break below that line right there, we can look for more downside. There we go. We're about to hit that. Looks like it's trying to turn this into a support level. I would have been pissed. I'm not in any trades right now, but you got to make sure the candle closes below here because it looks like it's trying to turn it into support. So let's just be patient. Nice rejection off of VWAP again and below the 4 and the 8 EMA here. Nice rejection there. All right, let's see. There it goes. Oop, got buyers stepping back in there. There you go. Let's see what happens in the next 36 seconds. So I hope that makes sense. Like, your puts are more likely to play out in puts because we have the 4-hour puts, the 3-minute puts, the 5-minute puts, and we're in a bearish zone, right? Or not, look at this. But yeah, that's the rule, right? So as long as we're in a bullish, in the bearish downward trend, puts, long, shorts area, your puts are more likely to put. Here, it's just shaking people out, especially like people like me that have a little bit of nervous energy where I'm like, oh, this is my 50th trade and I don't want to get caught up. So yeah, just be a little bit more patient with this one. And we can just break right below, and that's what everybody's waiting on. That's what they're banking on. We can break right below this level here, then you're going to have a little bit more downside the way you need to. You're over here in IWM, you're still in a call zone. So you do not want to be looking for, at least according to my strategy, right? You might have some people that are trading right off of, I was about to say, yeah, off of this level right here where sellers are stepping back in and they would have had, breakout, retest, fail this level, and then look for more downside. So I'm familiar with how other teams, like I call them teams, how other institutions are doing their play and stuff. But for me, I'm just waiting. Like I just won't take puts in this area. I'm still looking for calls. But it would make sense if they're rejecting off of this area right here. This is a 30-minute call zone right here, though. They are below VWAP and below the 4 and the 8, so you can still have a little bit more downside, but wait until they invalidate this zone and break below these 200s, and then they're going to retest here. You can have a 1-hour bounce, and then get calls, pick back up here, and then continue back up to the upside. So, yeah, man, SPY, give the people the money. I hate this. I have gotten caught in this so many times where I'm like, it's pretty blatantly obvious that this is a level that we want to sell at, and it's later in the day. This pattern happens all the time, so you just gotta be prepared for it. And I'm learning also, like, this would have gone off, and I'm like, oh, I gotta jump in real quick. Well, no, if I take my time, so this went off at 8:30. It's now 8:44. It's now 8:44, so I have time to go and look at the time frames and decide that this is where I want to, did it open below here? And so I do have time, but sometimes I get psyched out, like, oh, this pops up here. Oh, we're clearly downtown, and then I jump in and then I get caught up in this. And this has happened several times where I'm like, oh, I needed a candle close below here, but I wasn't patient enough and I didn't verify it. I just jumped right in. So little things like that. We opened above VWAP, and these are stop loss areas. So what might happen is I'm telling you is people who got in with this, because this is a specific setup here, right? That got in here when this, and that happened to me earlier. That's why I'm recognizing what's happening here. These stops are gonna get tested, and then people are gonna be like, I wasn't put. Dang it! I thought it's moving up too fast. They're getting liquidated, right? So you have 4-hour puts here. You might have some people that might wait until we hit this and then come back down again. But I wouldn't be surprised if we break back down below here and then go all the way to one day, and then you're just gonna be salty But yeah, I don't know. We'll figure this out. Oh, I know. I need to do. I'm part of this one group where, and I haven't been doing it for so long, but I was like, you know what? Let me work on that while you guys are doing this. I need to keep that window open. I just want to make sure I'm consistent in everything I do, you know? And I love how consistent these people are that are in my group. And they've been carrying us in terms of sustainability. So here, are we supposed to do it from here? I don't know, I'm kind of making up my own stuff. But we're down 2.3%. And we need to be, um, is it the closest high or highest high? Oh, I'm hungry. But you know what it is? I'm working from home today, so I'm past like my normal. By now, I would have started having breakfast and my vitamins. So I'm gonna take a little bit of a break. Um, Plus, I have to feed my little one, my little Bruno, my little puppy dog. Um, but yeah, it's in the time that I am away. I wouldn't be surprised if we have a little bit of a pullback down into this area here. If we break below here, then you can look for puts. But right now we're above the VWAP. Can possibly retest this 4-hour put area. QQQ is trying to build momentum to the upside. Might retest here, might reject off of this level here. Volume is way down, so people are exiting. And then here on IWM, I would say just be cautious. This is kind of like the correlator zone right here. We're below VWAP and below these fast EMAs and below here. So they're trying to build a case for more downside. You do have this is either like a previous day, like a previous month high, a previous week high right here. So just be careful. We had buyers step back in here. So, and we're past the 2-hour threshold of the 2-hour session. So at this point, you just want to, just chill, trade responsibly. I'll be back. All right. Let me turn on. I was talking to you guys. I was like, I don't know if they want to hear me make some breakfast, but I was watching the chart. Looks like we have a little bit more downside here on the 1 hour. Let's see. On the 1 hour. Yeah, and this is the thing. So on the naked chart, it looks like we have more downside. Like they're going to try to go to the bottom of the wick, which would be here because this is where we had the strong buyers step in, right? This is the 1 hour, right? So, um, let me see something here. So here, I could see if we have sellers trying to get in here until 296. What's 296.95? 296. Yeah, this is exactly so. They might try to get to the bottom of this right here. Although that's so interesting, because on my other monitor, it looks different. I have the grill on. So we're bouncing off of the 200 here, but it looks different on my other monitor. And I'm not sure why. Are we using different, let me see. Hmm. Yeah, this is not how it looks on the monitor on my screen. But they're both so 200 index 1 hour NYCE AR CA. Yeah, it's the same. I'm not sure why it looks different on my. That's weird. I'm gonna have to ask Google or something. Because on the 1 hour I can see. Oh, I know what it is. I know what it is. On that one, I don't have the extended hours. That's what it is. I don't have the extended hours on that one. And on this one, I do have extended hours. So that's what it is. Yeah. So this is, like for me to stay home and watch this is the volume dying off after the 2 hour session. So it's like just being okay with that. You don't want to get into over trading and stuff like that. It's a great time for you to just close your laptop, go exercise. I'm gonna eat some breakfast. Although now that I'm saying it, I probably should do like a fasted workout versus that, and then I'm gonna have a bunch of time, and then try to work out on a full stomach. So yeah, I think that's what we'll do. I'm annoyed for you guys. Like if you would have tried to get into puts here because it's like we're below this VWAP and below these EMAs. We keep selling off of there. We had sell off there, sell off a little bit here, sell off. Looks like we have another little bit sell off there. They're gonna make you all fight for that. I will say, out of all of them, this one was the most bearish. Um, QQQ is bearish, but it's just holding its ground. You can see here on the 50-minute, we broke below. We've been continuing to stay below, so you have people that are probably pissed that they're, we're not whatever, but we're not making more downside. And then over here, the key level here on IWM, we did hit 100% from that pre-market level, but the key in the next 1 minute, yeah, it's almost 9 o'clock. The key here in the next 1 minute is that are we going to open below VWAP and below these 200 moving averages? And then this is how you get sucked into like just staying forever because I need to go make breakfast. I put the grill on and I can hear it like getting heated up. I didn't put the volume that high. But here, my only kind of pet peeve is that at the top of the hour we tend to have a little bit of a pullback. Let's see what it does with the VWAP there. There's the VWAP right there. So let's just see if the next hour or in the next couple seconds it opens below here. In the next 12 seconds. I don't know if you guys can hear my grill. So here you have more downside. If you had people that stepped in for the PST high looking for more downside, we are below VWAP and below the 4 and possibly the 8, but you have previous week high, which is a major buying level. So you might have a little bit of volatility. You have people who want to buy off these levels, but it's looking on the lower time frame bearish here. Don't like this at all. We opened on SPY above VWAP. We're still below the 4 and the 8, 9 here, but in the grander scheme of things, I don't like it. You're always going to have a little bit of pullback. Let's just see how it reacts to this 4 EMA, and then if it continues to it's going to give you more downside. A little bit of a lower low here. Yeah. This thing really gonna jerk people around. It gave entry for here. There it goes. There we go. There we go. There we go. Give it to him. Give it to him. Give it to him. Give it to him. Ooh, boom, boom. Cha, boom, boom. Ah, boom, boom. Ah, boom, boom. There we go. Let's see what happens in the next 1 second. We didn't quite open in that 1 second above. We didn't open below. Okay, we go. See what the open interest is. It's okay. Next 15 seconds, if we open below here, then I think you can get the downside you're looking for as we start to have a snowball effect on the lower time frames. Okay, we opened on the 1 minute below that level. Looks like we are breaking out to the downside on that lower time frame. And this might give you the push down that you need here. Ooh, now that's interesting. On the 3 minute, we're still above these stop loss levels for puts to the downside. If you're just wanting to be patient here, Venezuela declares emergency after two earthquakes near Caracas. U.S. is deploying rescue teams. Okay. On the 1 minute time frame, I know we're selling off of this level. On the 3 minute, so that looks good. Or not. Let's see what happens in the next 7 seconds if we can hold the low here. Let's see what happened. Oh no, we didn't hold below that level, so we can expect a little bit more upside. And then on the 3 minute, I'm gonna go turn off the grid. Hold on. And on the 3 minute, if we don't break below here, then yeah, so in the next 12 seconds, just be patient there. We had a candle close. No, I did. So this candle closed right above here. Candle opened above here. So the key is we want to wait for this level right here. Got spammers calling me. You know what it is for a long time. I thought trading was just all. Holy Spirit does not waste assignments, and trading literally could be yours. If it keeps coming back to you, the charts, the curiosity, the videos, things like this, it's not random. It's literally a redirection from the Holy Spirit. I ignored it too for a long time because I thought trading was just all stocks. So when I finally leaned in, I was able to get to a place of not knowing what a candlestick was to get in my dream car. So when I first learned, God started directing my path personally of like study this thing, okay, study this, okay, get this account, okay, risk this much. All from not knowing what a candlestick was to get in your green card. You serious? God did not call you to something without giving you the tools, but you have to work to find it. And if you're looking for tools, I have an indicator that tells you when to buy and sell. I got a course. All on sale right now. Everything's on sale. I just want to be a blessing to people because I remember what it felt like when I had no money
Everybody wanted thousands of dollars from mentorship. I'll go on like that. So go ahead and shoot me a follow and I'll see you on the next video. Holy Spirit does not wait for silence, and trading literally could be your life.
Definitely spam. QQQ is giving entry to, for calls to the upside on the 3-minute. Come over here and look at it. Now this one is nice in that we opened above that box. I wouldn't have taken it, but when it hits 50%, definitely take your profit. Oh, we also have confirmation on the 5-minute for more upside. This one is just a little cautious. I'd like to see price break above here. It just did. Would have hit 50% on the 3-minute. For how I was bearish, I mean the setup worked, but I wouldn't have taken it. Hit 30% here. Anything over 50%, just be careful because it can pull back down really hard. You can try to wait for that 100% level. Okay, perfect. So I gave it to you here. It's giving it to you there. All right. On the 15-minute, it is contra. So I wouldn't have taken it if I'm being honest. I wouldn't have. No. And it's outside of my trading hours. I'm chewing gum online. Okay, so let me. But that did play out nicely. We have the 3-minute and the 5-minute back to back. Technically, we shouldn't be trading outside of these hours. So it's okay, we can observe. How it plays out. I think another thing that kind of gave me pause on the 3-minute was nice because let me show you. We opened above the green box, so I like that, and we hit 100% on there. So that's what it's dealing with now. But for the 5-minute, this one we didn't quite open above that green box. So let's just see how it plays out. I'm just kind of like fine-tuning what entry looks like. 3-minute on SPY. We're waiting for puts here, but it's reversing, trying to show upside. I'm remembering the words of one of the people I used to watch, that they always talk about that 8:30 reversal. And so yeah, here you can see that we had, I think we were hoping for a trend, right? But it just kind of makes sense in hindsight. And I get why people would kind of complain about the hindsight thing, but you gotta backtest and you gotta understand the post review is what's gonna help you. So yeah, sometimes you're like, okay, yeah, I was right when you look at the back story and be like, yeah, we were right all along, da da da. But in the future, moving forward, once we get to 8:30, we can look here and see um, if we were bearish or we're looking to reverse, and that's exactly what's happening. I think exactly at 8:30. Let me see. When did we have that thing go off? 8:18. It didn't quite. Yeah, 8:30. It didn't even give you anything on that um, downside move at all. Mm-hmm. And then to make it worse, they're prepping for the upside. So in the future, um, even though we're bearish here, we would have wanted this put entry to be like below these lower, these beginning phases of the time frames. Let me show you. Let me show you what I mean too, because I think I kind of alluded to this on the higher time frames. Oops. Yeah, yeah. On the higher time frame, yep, that's what it was. I was like, we're in here. It is bearish. You can be tempted to want to have um, get inputs because we're in this bearish zone. But this is an example of why, and it just is what it is, right? It's an example of why I wouldn't be looking for, um, well, anything really outside of here because you want breakout, breakout. And I felt like we were too far up. Like if we were a little bit lower down here, I would have felt comfortable with puts. But you just start to get the hang of it. Mm-hmm. Let's go back here to the 15 minute. So if you're gonna wait for something, just wait for breakout from here. This one, you guys hear Bruno? It's probably your first time hearing him in a long time. Let's see here. I'm gonna wait for this zone to be invalidated. Okay. And then here, oh, you know what? I do have to remind the people on my Instagram to get the free like trading sheets because that's what I use. It helps me keep track, especially when I'm trading this. Today's a good day for me to post that. Let's see. And we can look at the 15 minute here. If it starts to invalidate uh, the zone on the lower time frames, you can have like a snowball effect where it starts to reverse on the smaller time frames. But I wish I could delete these. Like I have pictures from when I used to be a realtor. Ah, and of like houses. Well, I don't need that stored in my stuff anymore. And I had reels and everything. Mm. I need to find this top. That was one of my favorite tops to wear in the summer. Like this bronze top. Ooh, that's a cute picture of me. Mm, 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 mm. I need to make sure, as I'm looking at, this is a throwback picture from when I was working out. Um, if I start doing this full time, that when it's 9:30, just be able to walk. Because I think what the headspace I'm in right now, normally I'd be at work. So it's natural for me to be like, oh, well, I would just be at work. No, we are done trading. I ended the day in profit. I can finish up my journaling, um, and go about my day. That's the whole purpose of trading. So we're not lollylagging. And I think since I'm hungry, I need to go work out and then eat breakfast. And it's days like this right now. I need to figure out what to do, like other things I can do to stay busy. But that's what this lifestyle is all about. We don't want to be, um, we're not moving from a 9 to 5 to be in front of the computer 9 to 5. And even here, I think like maybe even down the line, it's things like if I'm already green, I'm not gonna come back. And then the thing is, if I'm not green, do I want to come back and deepen my losses? No. But I think if we're waiting for something like Power Hour, and you just have to monitor like in a place where you can watch it as you're doing your stuff, or you can even like remember how I muted um, the monitor earlier. We could just wait for a breakout and confirmation for here, right? Same thing for here. We're waiting for confirmation for more downside here. This is a healthy pullback into this zone before we continue down to the downside. So this is a healthy pullback, or we can continue to, and so then we're just waiting for invalidation and then fill this gap above, right? But we're not doing anything in this area until we break back out of it. And this has pissed me off several times before, but hey, we live and we learn. I've gotten in thinking like, oh, I'm just gonna definitely get a nice clean extra entry here, and we do have people that buy off. We do have institutions that buy off of that level. So always wait for a candle close below here, which we did not get, even on the lower time frames. We didn't get a candle close below there. Right. Mm-mm-mm. This one's bearish. This one's bearish. This one's bullish. All right, I'm going to. I might be back. Let me put the volume off. Okay, so just got done with a little mini exercise there. It looks like we have confirmation for downside on the 5-minute. And that was at 9:35, so it's been 5 minutes. Would have just hit 50%. That's a pretty strong take profit level. Let's see here. Very nicely done. Yeah, and so I'm just also kind of like recalibrating what that looks like. So if we're further out, yes, we have the 3-minute, but the 5-minute is proving to be stronger and is confirmation to what we saw earlier on the 3-minute. This is that first break, but below that level, so that's also good. But we probably will have a retest of this level right here. 50% is a strong take profit level. Had a little bit of a pullback there, just a tiny bit. Then they're going to try to go for that 100%. We have all three following the same suit. QQQ, if you get like an entry for puts on QQQ, this would be good too because we're below that 15-minute. Let's just double check to make sure you're not in a bullish zone here on. I just want to make sure because it's giving you call entries. Yeah, we're still in a bullish area. Excuse me, on QQQ. That being said, we're right above VWAP. So for me, I would want to look for puts below here. Right now it's showing that it wants to be called, but okay. It was showing prep for upside, so you kind of want to wait for confirmation of prep for downside on the lower time frame. That you have confirmation for prep to the downside here, and then yeah. And that was a way too, but the prep for downside on the 5-minute would have been a good indication to start getting ready for puts too. We bounced off of there a little bit, opened above here, but this is that first candle close below that zone. And my thing is, if we're going to be honest, like we would have gotten entry for puts here. Oh, this was the same 5-minute. Okay, so it was a 5-minute, but we have confirmation again for the 5-minute. And so I would have just hated for you to hold during this drawdown, but it did come back and retest this level for 4-hour puts to the downside. Let's look at the 4-hour. Beautiful. It had a little bit higher entry here than what. So I had put the level here, but if you look at this, ooh, we got 5 15-minute entry for puts. Right here, then you can see that it lines up with where they actually We are getting close to 200 moving average on the 15-minute. And this is the first 15-minute put confirmation that we have at 9:45 for the 4 hour. So you can hold it with a little bit more confidence. Ooh. Okay. The only thing I don't like about this is that it can retest these levels here, but I did like how it opened below here. Let me check something real quick. Oh yeah, we're at that 200 moving average. So let's just see what it does with that 200 moving average on the 4 hour. And the 15-minute does like to it's a little bit trickier for me to trade in that I have to wait for the pullbacks. We hit 100%, which is a good take profit level. So don't be too frightened by the pullback. I think what we need to do is look at the lower time frames and just make sure that we get confirmation for entry to the downside. Let's look at the 1 minute and just wait for confirmation for the downside first. So we can get that snowball effect. We are getting close to here 1 day level of puts, so you just have to be patient. So man, we're getting better at this. Learning how to wait. Let's just wait. And so they're looking for an entry level for more downside. Could come back into this level right here and pick up some puts and then have more downside. But we did have the 4 hour, the 15-minute, the 5 minute twice to the downside. And they're just looking for entry levels. Got high volume of buyers stepping in here. Or a lot of volume. They're turning this level here into support. Remember, we wanted a candle close below here. Have buyers stepping in off that level. Previous day high, they rejected. But they have, you can have buyers stepping here, so, and that's what you're seeing right here. Buyers stepping in off the previous week high. And ooh, prep for upside. Just wait. Next critical level on IWM is Waiting for buyers, for sellers to step in below here. Looks like buyers is trying to buy this level again. Could have a retest of this 4-hour put area and then more downside. Kind of like what we saw them do here on SPY. Good like that. Kind of like this one too. This is good. Let's see, remote. This looks nice. Okay, so we might have looking for entry here. Wait for confirmation on downside. We're buying up. Okay. And so we were looking at 15-minute. I always don't like, especially on the 15-minute, like retesting these stop loss levels before we continue to more downside. See what this is here. I like this. Oh, this is nice. I like this. I think the rule of thumb as we get further out from the 2-hour time frame is like just learning to be patient. Volume is way down. and really marking those key levels. So, and then testing for it to break below. This one it did break below on the 5 minute, but then now there we go. There we go. Give it to them. Let's go. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. I like it. I like it. On the 5 minute, it didn't give 100%. Oh, we're looking at the 50 minute. We have confirmation of the 5 minute. That healthy pullback at 100% on the 5 minute. Mm, QQQ has really been just dragging today. It's dragging. Yeah, but I want to see some candles close below here on the lower time frames on the 15 minute. Let's mark this level out. Oh, there we go. There we go. So now that it feels like we're starting to get a little bit of confirmation to the downside, let's look for it to hit that 30% level. You can see it kind of bounced off of that 100% level on the 5 minute. It's a take profit level. Okay, nice. Break through that level right there. There we go. Just waiting for that little push. There we go. There we go. See if it's able to hold that level. You could have prep for downside. I'm just gonna wait for breakout here on the 1 minute. Oh, don't like that. We opened above the 8 and the 9, 8 and the 4. Don't like that. I'm gonna look for a breakout below here. This level's like, get your butt back down there. Okay, we have top of the hour. So yeah, this level still remains for us to try to break through this right here. We have buyers kind of stepping in right there. Ooh, I don't like that. I don't like that. We opened above that level. But if you're on the 15 minute, let's see here. Still haven't quite touched the stop loss. And that's the only thing I don't like. We'll test these before we see what that looks like on the 5 minute, on the 1 minute. He never came into the zone to get more order to the downside. I'm clocking this because moving forward, I have the luxury of spending more time just looking at it, versus like looking at it when I'm distracted with other things. But on the 5 minute, we kind of tapped into it a little bit, to that bearish zone. But I get the sense they're going to try to fill a little bit more order to the downside. Mm-hmm. Well, that looks nice. Now let's see what this one is. Mm-hmm. Yes. Okay. That's so nice. Mm. Does sound like you have something in the backyard. I heard it. I heard it, Bruno. I sure did. See what this means in terms of a 30 minute. There we go. Give it to him. Just trying to get up below that 100% take profit level. If you were still in puts from the 5 minute, as long as you stay below this 4, you're okay. And you just had another candle open below the 4. Because it's 10 o'clock, so have we had a reject yet? Mm. And so on the 15 minute, I really like this one. Mm-hmm. This is. Mmm, interesting. Okay, there we go. There we go. If I think we can get another 1 minute close below this. Buyers stepping back in at that level. Buyers stepped in again above that level. Just gotta be patient. Yeah, they're just liquidating people because that's obviously a key level. See, that is so close. Yeah. Gotta wait for a candle close on the lower time frame below here. Even if it's like a 3 minute. Yeah, which the 3 minute was like absolutely not. Or at least not yet. But it's buying off of this 100% level. Or this is my level right here. Yeah, they're turning this into support. So here's the 100% level. It's still closing below the 8 EMA. I think so. I'm gonna have to find stuff to do. Actually, let me look at that right now because I don't want to go into this full time and then I am just sitting here watching it. It's not. Okay. Let me think about that too. Let's see what we have here. I really don't have anything scheduled, but if I look for 8:30, that's a little bit too. Ooh, we have Zumba at 9. 9:30. That would be nice. That would give me time to get out of the office. Not office. That would be nice for okay, so we have Zumba, and then let me check the other location. Which that one I might have to, yeah, so we turn that into support. Lining up with this being a previous week high for the viewer. Sundays they have Zumba at 9. Reformer, what is that? What does that mean? Low impact workout using, ooh, Pilates? Oh, ooh, I know that class must be full. Oh my gosh, that is awesome. Oh, watch out. Okay. And then they have a 10 o'clock session. That's on Sundays. I know that. And 11 o'clock. I know those classes be full. I'm going to have to look into that. And then Mondays, they have cardio, but it's a little bit further out. So, like, if I close, let's say I close my computer at 8:30, I'm in my gym outfit stuff. I would be booking to get there for 8:45. I wouldn't necessarily make it on time. But they have cardio at 8:45. 9:30 they have the Pilates class. I need to figure out so yeah how close that is to my house. Okay. At 9:30. So I'm gonna have to find out how quickly those classes get filled. This one, oh, at 5:30. Let me see. I like that. Let me check the. Oh, that was for Sunday. So for Monday, then 5:30 we have Zumba and Pilates, which I know that class has to get full. Cycle is where I'm really at. Like I love me a cycle class, baby. Let me tell you. I love me a spin class. Um, so that's on Mondays. And then the good thing about that is because like right now, like I'm working full time. Um, trying to get there at 6:30 is just like a little bit of a hassle for me. But if I'm here at home, then I can get a little bit of a head start. Let me see. So Tuesday they have body. They have spa, not spa, pool at 9. At 9, 9:45. Perfect. So Tuesdays, that 9:45 cycle class, baby, I'm there. And then Reformer at 10, they have Pilates. And then they have senior aging fitness at 11. 6 p.m. 5 o'clock Pilates. Okay. Wednesday they have cardio at 8:30. So the thing with these higher time frame setups, let's see how we could have avoided this. Okay, we knew and anticipated a bounce off of this 200. So that's really what we just have to be careful for is just wait for that bounce off of that 200. to play out. That's really what is kicking our butt right now, is that bounce off of that 200 on the 4 hour. That's what's kicking our butt, kicking our butt, kicking our butt. Kicking our butt, kicking our butt. See what's happening on the 1 minute. I mean, on the 1 hour. All right. Yeah, this is where, so it turned this into support, and that's okay. We're basically like other people's liquidity, like, oh, this looks like a good entry. Buy them up. So on the 30-minute, let's just look and see what price decides to do with this EMA and this VWAP here. Okay. Okay. On Wednesday, today's Thursday. So Wednesday, they have Pilates at 9:30, strength at 6. That could work, and then I'd be back home by 8 and go straight, and I didn't mean straight to bed. This morning, oh, they had pool at 9. So that's nice. I would have gone to the pool. I like it. Oh, okay. All right, that's what I'm gonna do. That is what I'm gonna do. Oh, thank you, Jesus. Oh my goodness, I need to reach out to her. So, oh my goodness, Tuesday. Oh, hell yeah. So Tuesday's at 9. Oh my goodness, you guys. Everything is working out for my good. I just need to. Yeah. So we'll do Tuesdays at 9 and then Thursdays at 9. Yes. Oh, they got yoga? But it's too late though. I would so do yoga. I think you guys, as I'm talking through here, I just want you to kind of like be patient. Like I said, it's one of my days working from home, so but the key is, I think, waiting for this level, but then also below VWAP here for confirmation. We never quite had a candle close below. And here, yeah, we did not have a candle close below here on the 15-minute. We have a nice rejection off of VWAP and off of the 8. Looks like it's rejecting off of the 4 as well. So on Thursday, on Thursdays I could go to the pool or do spin cycle. Thursdays, I mean, the 7:30 yoga is okay because Friday tends to be a short day anyway. So it's like you just go into the weekend being ready to be relaxed, go to bed relaxed. Okay, we got that sell off that we were looking for. There we go. We're still contending with that level. We're still buying off of that level. We wanted to turn this into support so bad. Had buyers stepping in off of this level. Mm-mm-mm. Okay. Then we got pool on Friday at 9, so I would definitely be going for that. And the thing is, I just grew out my hair again. And the funny thing is, I had my hair longer, and I was going to the pool the whole time, and I didn't want to cut my hair. And then I cut my hair, and I stopped going to the pool. And now I do my hair again, but I don't want to cut my hair. But I probably would feel so much better just cutting it. I don't know. We're just gonna go with the flow. Saturday I rest. No, let's see if they don't have. Let's see what they have for Sundays. All right, so let's keep that open. You can see the consolidation here. We never successfully broke above this level. So we're just kind of in this area. It's like a wedge though. When people talk about these wedges, that's definitely a wedge forming there. Here you have a little bit of consolidation. In terms of like even the 15-minute here, we broke out, and so we're just waiting for the retest and confirmation to the downside, and it's ever so slowly happening. Tap back into that 4 hour level and trying to, decide if it's going to go downside, but we are staying consistently above the VWAP here, so they have turned this level into buyers. I'm trying to decide for breakfast if I want to do my breakfast with eggs. I don't really like the smell of eggs, but ooh, but I know they're high in protein and we need protein, so we're not going to complain about that. Mm-mm-mm. And then from here to here, I'm just going to check we are not, I'm going to put ETI is not on sale for my trading group that I'm re entering. Mm-mm-mm. Let me see how other people are doing it. I'm going to move out of this window for just a couple of seconds here. I like how certain people, I always like when people do things efficiently. So, I always look to see like who does something in an organized fashion. And then I will just mirror that. I want to vent a little bit so bad, but you don't do that on social media. Some stuff just don't make sense. So we're gonna bookmark this, and it's not. It's really not that bad. I'm just whatever. All right. What day is this? I don't even think. Alright, let's see what we do if we continue to stay below this 4 EMA here. Next 5 seconds. Kind of tight. Let's see what this means in terms of the 5-minute. Coming back into that 5-minute zone. That being said, I mean, we did do a nice job. Like, it would have come from here and given you just about 100%. Yeah. Oh my God. Oh yeah, everybody's talking about that one lady that took the wastebasket. From the Knicks trash can. They're saying it would have been cheaper for her to just buy it. So it says issued to son a $75 fine for littering and 100 fine for impeding operations. Maximum allowed for first-time offenses. As for everyone else, you can purchase the wastebasket or pen holder. Pen holder is kind of cute. Oh, the pen holder is $58. Damn. And then the wastebasket, which I'm sure is like home size, it's like office size, it's 168. Look at them leveraging. Look at them leveraging that though. That is good idea. Good marketing for them. Oh. Yeah, I can tell when my time comes. I need to. It's tempting to sit here and watch this. I can watch it on the from the kitchen. So I think what I'll do. I do like watching it on a bigger screen. I feel like that just kind of gives it a better. And I do love a naked chart. So on my monitor, it's just blank, um, and there's not even EMAs on it. And apparently, I don't have the weekend on it either. So I'm okay to kind of seeing what that looks like on levels. Here we're continuing on QQQ to stay above the fast EMAs. It's like we're reverting a little bit, like reversing, and strong bounce off of the VWAP here, and opening above the 4 and the 8 or 9. But I'm still feeling bearish. I think as we're going into power hour. Um, we do have a level here. Let me just check this. Let me pull over here so you guys can look at this. We do have previous day. What is this? I think previous day low here. This would be previous day high. This is probably previous month or previous week. Low right here. And then this is IWM is doing what you'd want this to do, right? So even though we're in a bullish zone, we're below VWAP, we're below the VMA, the EMAs, below the 8 and the 9, the 4 and the 9. Looks like we're trying to establish buyers above this previous week high. So, but if you had seen this over here, then we'd be bearish And if you saw this with price above VWAP and the EMAs over here, then we could be bullish. SPY is just because of the 4 hour, I feel like we're still bearish and we're just looking for levels to where to fill orders to the downside. So here we did have for puts on the 50-minute, but I think they're testing the stop loss level. So this is the first touch at the stop loss for puts. We did test if people wanted to hold on to puts here. So we're gonna find out if we still have, sellers at below this level. We're also testing this stop loss level. But I would say on the lower time frame, if we can, you want to be a little bit risky and look for puts on the lower time frame below here. Right. But we're still in the 4 hour. If you just want to be conservative and just wait. We're still, oh yeah, so like it's 10:30, so maybe like 12 o'clock would be good. Yeah. Because here's what I'm thinking. So next hour, we're bouncing up and then we're going to touch something and then look more downside is what I'm thinking. As long as we stay in that zone. But we're still bouncing off of this 200 for this hour. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So same thing on the 1 hour. Let's see if the candle can close below here, like below this level here. I like to go by the body of the candle, but I guess if you really wanted to, you could wait to see if price closes below here. We have bearish engulfing happening here. Or no. But we have a nice rejection off of this 4. Okay. Hmm. I need to go look for my workout clothes. That's how long it's been. And they got spanked. So if we had an earthquake up north, we'll probably get one down here at SoCal later today or tomorrow. I stay on alert for these earthquakes. It's gonna move its way on down. 5.6 NorCal. Let's see that. What does it say? Mendocino. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it works its way down. Mm-mm-mm. Giving another free informational and giving them all the gems. People are charging 47 and 97 cents. Well, good for you. Good for you. Somebody's pissing Bruno off. Okay. Well, on a positive note over here on IWM, we are staying above previous week high, right? We're staying above it. Not too strong, but we're staying above it. We're holding our ground above there. So if I need to write a story about or cheat sheet for what to do when we get to the 4 hour. Mm-mm-mm. Okay, let's do this. So 4 hour. Ew. A little bit. Oh Lord, you know my heart. So 4 hour at 5 a.m. It went to 4 hour 200 EMA, and that was at, let's say at 9, by 9 a.m. so I can hold. And then the other thing is I had what influence looks like. Oh, at 6:45, I had the 15-minute. Was it the 15 or the 5 minute? Yeah, we had the 5 minute confirmation for downside. 6:40, we had the 3 minute confirmation for downside. I was saying we should have waited for the this 45 minute, Sorry for this 15-minute, which came up at 9:30, but that is not in fact the case. So that is false. False information. And the 5-minute went to 100%. People are pretending not to videotape. Well, it's funny because when people do these videos where they're like in attention grabbing attire, loses 15 points. Um, People are gonna watch you in public. Like, what's going on? Why is she walking around? This is old news. Um, okay, looks like we might get a little bit. The key level we want to break below for more downside to me is right here. So it looks like we're starting to break. The next 1 second, we did break above that. So we break below that. So we should have more downside. And once that 1 minute breaks up below there, on the 5 minute, I'm just going to pay attention to this because I know some people, this is liquidity for them. But I want to know what that means below here and here. Oh, I'm hungry. I would have eaten something by now. But I want to make breakfast, so. Ooh, nice. Got a time to close below in that 5 minute. So the thing is, can we break below that 100% level? That's what we're looking for. We do have prep for the downside too on the 5 minute. Okay. All right, there we go. So we finally hit 100% on that 5 minute from earlier. Now let's see what this means for the 15 minute. Next level to try and target is this 30% level. Might have a little bit of buyer step in right here, but this is from the day of might try to hit. See, so we came right to this level right here. That's what I wanted to see what happens with this. So if this is liquidity where people are looking for liquidity, and that explains why we had buyers stepping in here too off this level up here. But yeah, so here I feel like if you're in puts, you can, as long as we're below this 4, you might be okay. No, it's unfortunate. Don't want to hear that. Alright, this is looking good. Let's go on to QQQ and see. Next take profit level would be like right here. See if they hit that. All three ETFs are falling right now. See what that looks like on the 5 minutes. I think we had a 3 minute too. So anytime if it hits the 300%, then that's which lines up with the daily bottom half, daily low, previous day low. I would expect a little bit more strong bounce here, between here and here. Let's just look at the 1 minute, see how that's coming along. I also had something here for the 30-minute level. Grab the first one right here. There we go. Can be able to try to hold for that 30-minute. I mean 30%. Oh. Okay, yeah, we have breakout to the downside. Yeah, really nice breakout to the downside here. Across the different time frames. And the breakout is that we're breaking out of this level right here, this wick. We had a bunch of touches there. QQQ is continuing to defend its position above VWAP here. We're losing buyers here at previous week high. Yeehaw. Yeah. So I wanted to see what because I've heard people like traders they like to buy off of these levels, off of the bottom of these wicks. So next one was here. You saw that resistance, and then here, you got buyers stepping in there. So it's a little bit annoying, but at least now you know how to look out for it. Let's see what that means in terms of like lower time frame stuff. Invalidated the puts there. Let me see if this is 200. So this is 30, 50, 100, 200 level. So they're just taking profit off of the 200 level there on the 3%, revalidating the bearish zone. Oh, I feel a little. Okay. Ooh, that went down quite a ways. The thing I don't like about like SPY and QQQ is the contracts are way higher than what I'm used to. So when it moves like that, it's like $30, $40 gone. You just gotta get used to it. This is a healthy pullback right here. Planted for some downside here, but buyer steps back in off the previous high on IWM. I could get a my parents got me a walking pad, and this is a high desk, but I do have a higher desk. I'm gonna bring it in here, but I could like, cause at the office I'm just sitting down and like when I'm at home, I can realize just how much I'm just sedentary and sitting down. But I could put the walking pad here on days like this and just get my steps in. Mm, we keep getting on the 1 hour on IWM. I can see that we keep buying up this area. It's a wedge forming though, and I think I talked about that. Like I'm not a wedge person, but you can officially see it on the 1 hour, like right here. It's just very clearly a wedge. I'm gonna go make some breakfast. What time is it? Ooh, see, this is how I get caught because it's like 3 minutes. I'm gonna go start it up. Oh no! Don't forget. Whew. I'm watching the screen from the kitchen. I don't know if you can hear my food going, but I think what I want to do is on this screen I can make this just a little bit bigger so I can really watch it from the kitchen. But I really, I mean, part of it is we shouldn't be trying to trade during these hours. I think the goal would be to just wait until power hour. Um, But let's say I did just get back from the gym and we're looking at power hour. But I think ideally if you're you are taking it, I like to know you like to do at home, huh? That if you're trading, you should be trading, I guess, not kind of like multitask per se. Because if you know like you're there for that power hour, right? Well, hey man, you're not used to making home, huh? You just try to hang out. We're safe. We're safe. We're around. Oh, there we go. There we go. On the monitor, you can see we're starting to get some momentum to the downside. You got entry for puts. So if you are an entry for puts, what time is it? 11:05. Just be careful here. Um, 30-minute. Okay, I wanted to see how that works. So we're in another 30-minute breakout. Let's see here. For downside, but you can We have more levels down here to hit here. And here it is a little bit finicky, like the 5-minute. I mean, like the 15-minute where it tries to recalibrate a little bit. So just be careful here, you guys. I know it is lining up with the 4-hour time frame, but 11 o'clock. Let's wait for confirmation on the lower time frame. But this is kind of what I envisioned. Like, see how I saw it, um, and then the 30-minute. It gives me time. Like, it's not something you jump in right away. We wait for confirmation on the lower time frame so that we can get a really good entry. That was at 11. Get a good 3-minute. It's scaring up for puts at power hour. North time frame. We're bullet. We're bullish. Let's see what happened to the 15-minute. We never quite hit 30% or that 1 day. That 1 day level. QQQ faithfully holding above VWAP here, building support off this level. We're trying to decide what to do with the previous week high here. I don't think you guys want to hear me eat. Okay, guys, I am here. I have breakfast and just testing what it needs to go into power hour. um, we had a put entry for 10:30, but I think the higher we go in the time frames, um, the more you have to wait for that retest level to the downside. So we're still in a bearish, but sure enough, it fired. It's testing the stop losses and then starting to come back down. Um, so, which you can obviously see here. So it's just one of those things where you just have to. The higher the time frame, you've got to wait for those levels. I think what's interesting here, I will say, this is the second time I noticed. Like if we have like with this one, the call in this area still, where we're still in this green block, then it doesn't really fire as well as if the candle is outside of the block, right? So that's something that can, and we already had another 30-minute. This is a 30-minute breakout zone where it puts to the downside, so firing off in there. But as we're heading into power hour, I don't normally trade this, but I want to see what it would look like if I go work out, come back, and see what the setup looks like. Here, this is still a no-go. You can see that we've been in consolidation ever since market open. I mean, just really just staying in this range right here. Attempted to break out to the upside. We're on the lower half of this bullish um, zone to the upside. And then here, we kind of held below this bearish zone, attempted to make it the upside, came into a retest area for puts, and we're breaking to the downside. What would be interesting for me to see is if we break below this VWAP and below this level I marked off here to really look for some confirmation for puts to the downside. And so in terms of time frames, your frustration here, everything happens in the same in the higher time frames. So this is a breakout, um, and even though we're getting ready for puts to the downside, we're testing these areas before we go down here. It happens quicker on the 5 minute, the 10 minute, no, 5 minute, 3 minute. But then once you go anything above the 15 minute, um, you just got to really make sure to wait for, like what I would have told you here on the 30 minute is look for confirmation for puts to the downside and on the lower time frames before you enter. Um, Let me just show you something here. So yeah, we just started looking for confirmation for downside here. And so here you can see that we have a little bit of bullish activity going on in the lower time frames. And so you'd really have to just make sure that we break below this bullish area before you start to look for puts. So that's kind of how I just drill down. Same thing on the 5 minute, they were attempting calls to the upside. But even on the 50 minute, you can see that here you want to, you would want to wait for price to break below this VWAP and below this breakout zone before we start to entertain puts to the downside. So, yeah. There we go. We're below both of these stop losses, so that's great. There's VWAP right there. So it looks like it could be a bounce. Let's see what it does with this VWAP right here. We might want to retest that level before we get more downside. Looking like we're having a little bit of a bearish engulfing. There we go. We got bearish engulfing. Okay. I want to hear this story because she said she almost put diesel in her.
I heard somebody say that. I heard somebody say that you know it's 90 seconds, right? You know it's 90 seconds, so they're like, I know some gas pump. And I'm looking at them like, I'm like, what's 90 seconds? Oh, that's like 90 seconds for diesel. So I'm like, oh, this gas station is going to diesel. Let me go to a gas station that diesel. So I literally drove to the gas station with diesel and called my friend and said, I'm like, oh, no, it's cool. Like 90 seconds like this, you know. 90 seconds, that's the action. I said, like, no, I got this, you know, whatever. You know, I was thinking, you know, walking to the car, it was surprising. I'm like, yeah, this range. This one. Alright, so.
Wow. She almost put diesel in her. Okay, so let's back to the floors here. We're breaking below here, so this is good. We want to see candle close below here. This is good. I think that right when I was talking smack about on the lower time frames, this is good. We have that breakout below here. We have a break. We opened below this VWAP here on the lower time frame. These are stop losses for calls right here on the 15-minute time frame. So if we can break to the downside here, let me look at it at a bigger picture. It's a stop loss for something. Stop loss for puts. Let's concentrate on this one. Oh, this is from way back. Oh yeah, it's a stop loss for puts. So we're finally a hole because this had fired at 9:45. So 11:45, 2 whole hours later, we're finally revalidating those levels. So in terms of probability, I think we have a good argument for downside there. For Q, oh no. Wait. Oh, I was about to say, I thought I made a mark with my pen here, and I was like, no, it's a, let me just see if I can delete it. It's not the biggest deal right now. It's not important. And I was like, I made a mark on, how did I make a mark on my screen? Anyways, so, trying to close this. Okay, so what you want to see is the same thing how we opened below here on SPY. You want to have a candle close below here. It looks like it's trying to validate an up zone, and you really don't want to get caught up in this. Like I would say out of the 2, 3, this one is the best. It's below this 15-minute breakout level. And we have the 30-minute put that we're still trying to satisfy, and the 4-hour alert that had fired earlier. Whereas this, we were bearish, and then all of a sudden now you're trying to build for upside. So you can get twerked around in here unless it invalidates that green zone. But anytime you have overlapping zones, I don't like to see it. You're going to get chopped and screwed in here. And then for IWM, this is all bullish. So you just kind of, you don't want to be taking any puts down here. It might invalidate and give you more downside, but we've been in this bullish area all morning. So that's how I would play it. Let's look at the 5-minute and see what it did with that there. 5-minute, we're still okay. So we're below VWAP. We have a prep to the downside. We're testing some stop losses for puts from an earlier trade. So we're still maintaining below that level. And then it's so interesting here too, because I always talk about how, let me show you right here. So it bounced off of, it bounced off of this 50% level to the T. Let's see here. All right. Let me see here. Let me see if I can. Not TradingView. Is it this one? No. It just showed up. How come it's not there anymore? N-O. Let me try this one. Oh, there it is. There it is. Don't go away. Okay. I just got a message from him, but let me see. I thought I saw it. This is why I need to start screenshotting. Yep. Let me see if I can find. I just got a message here. Sorry, you guys. I am working. Oh, maybe he sent it on the other thing. No, I'm pretty sure. Okay, now this is a lesson to me. I need to start screenshotting because did we do a lot? I don't think it was via there. See it in Discord. Let's try here. So annoying. Did it go to spam? Here we go. Find or start a conversation. Yeah, let's see his Is it in my inbox? No, I'm just not seeing it. Okay. So we're just patiently waiting for SPY. In terms of like the previous levels, for it to hold below here. We also, top of the hour, it likes to pull back. So let me see. Let's see what it does in the next 2 minutes. Obviously, we'd want to have it open below VWAP and the 4 and the 8 EMA before we look for more downside. I think I'm going to have to do a questionnaire where I get that information up front and it's in a platform that I can use because somebody sent me their Discord to get the indicator. And these are just beginning growing pains. I'm pretty sure like once I fix this with him, I'll be able to have a better idea of what to do in the future. But I don't know why. So even though I'm patiently waiting, I'm on this one because it's the most viable of the three. But if we can close below here, then I feel like you'll get your puts that you are waiting for during power hour on SPY. This is the most viable to me. These two are not in any type of play for me. Got that bounce off of that 200 moving average. We've consistently stayed above the 3-month level. There we go. So this is nice. You open below view up. Let's just concentrate on this. Whoop. Just concentrate on SPY. Tighten this up a little bit. We're just waiting to see if we can get a candle close below this, and I feel like we'll have more more downside. We had already hit 100% level. Um, I'm just really annoyed. Let me just check something. Let me go to Gmail. Let me see if I can find it from here. No, no. Hmm. Let's see. Let me move this here so you can see if it's wicking. Sorry about that. So going into strength here at 30%. That level right here. Perfect. Perfect. All right, let's go look at this 30-minute because that's really what's getting satisfied right now. So let's look for the key levels on there. So first stop is going to be way down here, this 30%, and then I feel like it's going to continue on further down because once we cross over this daily 1 out 1 day put zone, then we have potential for more downside. This is first stop. Second stop would be like right around here. If they're doing wick fills. Okay. There we go. Okay, we're back. So if we can break below here, and our next stop is going to be around here. Now let's just look at the lower time frame just to make sure. If there's a 200, this is nice. I was saying earlier, if we can stay below here on the 15-minute, then we can expect a little bit more downside. Just trying to fill orders from earlier in the day for the downside. And this is the stop loss. We're trying to break below the stop loss area. Key level here on QQQ is for them to break below VWAP and below this level right here. But they've been consistently buying up off of VWAP. So if you are using Robinhood, the contracts do expire at 12:30, so you want to manage your risk. If you buy for tomorrow, then you have a little bit more time. It's been a long time since I've traded Power Hour, but I just want to make sure the rhythm too, because sometimes what will happen is like you're bearish and then it will like 12:25 start to reverse and then do it after market close. But let's just manage this trade in front of us. Okay, so this is a good level right here. Let's see if it can break through it. Yeah, it's starting to break through there. Perfect. And the goal is for candle to close below that, below these stop loss levels here from the previous puts and orders that haven't been filled from that setup from before. So if you get like a put entry over here, then I feel comfortable. And there we go. 11. Nope. Oh, no, no. I thought I had something clicked here. Yeah. So let's just wait. See what's happening on the 3-minute. We're continuing to stay below the 4 EMA here and below the 8 EMA. So that's good on that time frame. Yeah, we're also below the 4 and the 9 EMA there. That's good. Here we go. We also did have a 30-minute. I'm just looking to see if there's any EMAs that we could be potentially bouncing off of. I think this is a 30-minute level right here. Sure. Okay, very good. Very good. We might have a little bounce. If we can get below here, then I think we can have a little bit more stronger downside, but we might have, if we open somewhere around, we might have a little bit of a bounce here. I can see it on here and here. And there's a 200 on this time frame over here on this IWM. So just manage your risk. We always have a pullback at the top of the hour. So it's just 12:15. It's not quite okay. We did have a prep for downside. We might have a little bit of upside here. Anytime there's a crossover, we have a retesting of this level. So just manage your risk here. But we had a crossover both here and here. But we might have a retest where we come up and reject off of the EMA. Just manage your risk if you're in a trade. Okay. Okay. We have sellers on all 3 ETFs. Looks like we're trying to invalidate calls here on IWM. And we have a major bounce level right here with these 200 moving averages. And we are also trying to build a case for staying above that 3-month 300% level. So, if we get building a case for more downside here on IW SPY. Oh. Next level to hit is going to be, which is the lower time frame. We're continuing to stay below the slow EMA here. I mean the fast EMA. This is the 4 EMA. This is 8. Sorry about that. And then 3. We're going to have a nice breakout to the downside. QQQ, you can comfortably take some puts there because I feel like that's something we've been waiting for. You want to be careful, especially if you're in puts with the expiration of 12:30, because it can reverse on you and then you won't have enough time to get out of the trade. So just be careful there. It's already crossed over the stop losses for the 3 minute, but you can wait for re-end. Not if you don't try to chase and re-enter, but if you have not gotten into a trade yet, just wait until the price gets below this candle right here before you can get in. Right now it's dealing with the stop losses on QQQ. There we go. 30% is a take profit level. If you want to, a strong take profit level. 50% is going to be another strong take profit level as well. All 3 ETFs are selling off. There's a breakout to the downside here on the 15-minute time frame on IWM. If you're looking for buying levels, they might over here come in for this 1 hour buy, like try to engage with this level right here. QQQ is volatile, and then like how high the contracts are, I just don't have the stomach for it at this time. We'll break out to the downside here on SPY. As long as we can stay below this level, we should be fine. QQQ buying up that level. There's a bounce level here off the 200 for IWM. This is being erratic, but if you can break below here in the next 30 seconds or 22 seconds, then you should be able to hit 50 and 100%. But yeah, let's just see how that pans out. Let's see if it's going to give it to you in the next 10 minutes. We still opened above the stop loss area on QQQ. Depending on your take profit or where you are, if this gets invalidated, then we're just but we want to stay below here for puts on SPY. Yeah, when we have this prep, this is a crossover. I do expect this is good. So this is looking good in terms of looking for more downside here. Oh, how are we doing on time? 7:40. Okay. 7:30. Sorry. So this is good. We're rejecting off of that 4 still. And I think 3-minute is continuing to hold below that. Um, Trying to hold below that this bearish area. So if it invalidates, you just want to manage your risk here because if you, depending on what platform you're using, they start closing contracts out at 12:30 within the next 7 minutes. So you might be trying to hold on and your contract will get closed out. And it's like you were so close, but it's not quite giving you the move that you need in those last 7 minutes, which is frustrating. Here's QQQ being erratic for the 3-minute time frame entry. Ooh. Opened above the 4 EMA. Oh, I need to water my plants. I will do that as soon as we're done here. Got that 12:30 reversal predominantly on QQQ. After 12:30, you have a better idea of if you're gonna hit your downside. We did have 30-minute alert on SPY. Let's just take a look at it and see. We did, and so ideally it will hit 30%. Probably not at 12 or by 12:30, but going into 1:15, hopefully. Next 5 seconds. Let's see if we continue to stay above here in 3 seconds. We'll have more upside. Okay. like 2 minutes away from that 12:30 cutoff. So, I mean, it'll be nice to see if they can close that out, but it's always risky if you're trying to have your contracts close positively for you in a put. So, come on, you're doing good, doing great, SPY. There goes QQQ, bearish engulfing, tapping that bearish block, opening below the 4 and the 9 in that last minute and 20 seconds. Of course, you want SPY to be doing this like hard sell off the way that QQQ is. Oh. 9 seconds. So if you were bearish here, Robinhood will close you out, and we open still above that level. I don't really like to see that. SPY is giving another entry for puts, a second entry for puts to the downside. Interesting. See, so we had this earlier, and then we have reaffirmation of puts for the downside. Let's see if it gives it to you. Mm-mm-mm. We had the 4 hour and several puts throughout the day. Acted as a confluence, but it had this huge buy-in level. If you were in those 3 minute puts on QQQ, QQQ was like, absolutely not. Mm-mm-mm. Okay, I don't feel too bad about trading doing power hour. Let's see if I have another tab here. Okay, here it's testing stop losses for puts, but the thing is they're buying up that level. see how it does on the 15-minute. This is good here. We opened below, like right at that level I had marked, but we opened below the stop loss for puts. So it's gonna give people, it's gonna fight them on puts. I'm pretty sure, like how I marked this right here, I'm sure I'm not the only one that was like, oh yeah, if we get right here, let's do some put, like we enter on the puts. Well, they're buying up that zone and liquidating it. So. Ooh. Oh. Bought right off that level, just clean. Oh, 3 minutes. Oh, wait a minute. 12:35. Interesting. He's saying put entry for puts on SPY to the downside. Oops, not eBay. Look at you. Interesting. Spend that. Spend that. If it hits 50%, just be careful. I'm gonna do a strong take profit right here. Alright. Let's see what the next level is.